Recording in progress.
All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order for the Corporation of the Township of Puslinch on July 12th, 2023. I will start with roll call. Councillor Sapoulis. Present. Councillor Bailey.
Present.
Councillor Hurst. And Councillor Goida.
Present.
All right, that will begin our moment of reflection. That concludes our moment of reflection. And Ms. White Fox, read the resolution for confirmation of the agenda, please.
The council approves the July 12th, 2023 agenda and addendum as circulated, and the council approves the additions to the agenda as follows. Consent item 6.1.4, questions received from council seeking additional information and the corresponding responses provided by staff.
If you can I get a mover for that?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to have one item moved up.
Sure.
I'd like to have item 9.4.1, report dealing with zoning bylaw amendment application for 128 Lock Road be moved up to after the delegations. We have a large number of people here, and I think it's incumbent of us to move it up so they can hear the deliberations and not wait till the end of the meeting, basically for hearing themselves.
Thank you, Councillor Swills. Can I get a seconder for that, please? Councillor Goida, any discussion? All in favor? Okay, carried. And then onto the original motion. Did we have a mover and seconder for the?
So Mr. Chair, I incorporated into the, I amended that original resolution. If that's all right with you.
Perfect. All right, is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest today? No. Thing I will ask is when we were doing our moment of reflection, I heard a little bell notification from a phone or some sort of device. I wasn't trying to center anyone else. Please, I actually did it. As soon as I heard yours, I'm using my computer because it does it. So I'd appreciate that. All right, so first up, Ms. White Fox, we have a delegation. Oh, senior year. I have a little blurb. I'm gonna class maybe Don and anyone accompanying him to come to the front. If they so feel like.
Maybe sit here,
Absolutely.
Okay.
Don and Barb, I'm just going to read a little prepared message here. Going to give your entire life story for the entire.
Be too long.
Don began sheep and beef cattle farming with his family in Puslinch in 1986. Keen to preserve farming in the community, he often opened his farm to groups of school children. And once I was elected to council, Don was always offering to open his family farm to my children, which fortunately, Don, we haven't been able to take advantage of that, but I promise you, I will bring my two boys over because it would be a great experience. The Mill Creek Rangers program, started by Don as part of Friends of Mill Creek, in collaboration with Grand River Conservation Authority, hires 4 students and a crew leader for a summer to undertake rehabilitation projects identified by FOMC along the creek to improve and restore the flow of water quality of the creek, which rises north and east of County Road 34 in Puslinch and is a significant feeder to the Grand River. At County, Don's efforts accomplished the repurposing of municipal dump sites to bin and recycling collection. He also developed reuse centers at 3 sites, Puslinch being one. Improved pickup services and public education. Don initiated a program to recognize Indigenous communities in Wellington County. Council is very pleased to present Don McKay with the 2023 Senior of the Year Award and congratulate Don on all of his achievements. So I'd ask for maybe a round of applause.
Don't mind if I stand and I'll kind of go over here so everybody can kind of see.
It's your show right now, Don.
I've never seen it before. I didn't think that was. Well, it's a real honor to be nominated and accepted as a Senior of the Year for 2023. I want to thank a number of people The first person I'd like to thank is Barb Bolger, who thought I was worthy of being nominated for this award. And I really thank her. Probably should see Barb standing up here instead of me for all the things that she's done in the past as well. I want to thank Township of Bushland, no county guy, sorry about that. The Township of Bushland for nominating me. I imagine there was a lot of other worthy candidates to get this, and I, as I say, certainly appreciate the honor. I also want to thank all the community committees and groups, as you mentioned, the Friends of Mill Creek, the Optimist Club of Bushlands, the Everfoyle Agricultural Society, to give me the opportunity to be able to come back and to volunteer and to give back to this community. I was a little surprised though when I got it, because I said, I'm not a senior. I'm too young to be a senior, but anyways, I just thought, well, okay, I've been able to give back, both Barb and I, and there's also the person I really want to thank is my wonderful wife of 53 years. What has happened through our tenure in the Township of Bushlands, I always followed Barb. She wanted to be on the Friends of Mill Creek. She got on the Friends of Mill Creek. I came on the Friends of Mill Creek. Barb decided she wanted to be on Township Council. She was on Township Council. I thought when she decided to go on County Council, I'll go on Township Council, which we did. So we were two family councilors for 4 years, which made it really great. When the phone rang and somebody says we have an issue, I says, oh, that's a county issue. And then I continue on when Barb decided to do other volunteerism and other things. I went on to the county. So I've always followed Barb. I have one request though. Could you become maybe premier or prime minister? Anyways, again, I just want to thank you all. It's a real honor to be able to be here today and to see the community and what it is. It's really important to be in a community that cares. And that's one thing I can really say about the Township of Bushland. It's a community that cares about its residents, it cares about its people, and is willing to stand up for the rights and the needs of its community. And so it was easy to volunteer in this community with all the people and colleagues that I have that are volunteers. I have one request. I noticed that the township has created a youth advisory committee. Maybe we need a seniors advisory. So again, I'll just throw that out. You might want to think about it. Again, thank you very much. It's much appreciated and an honor that I really appreciate to have received in this community. Thank you.
I believe representation from the Optimist would like to say a few words as well.
Greg Allen, the president of the Optimist Club of Woodlands. To Dawn, thank you very much for being an optimist for over 20 years. Because without optimists like Dawn, there is no community center, there is no Santa Claus parade, there's no family day, there's no Canada Day. But more importantly, to Dawn's heart, there's no scholarships. So over the last 20 years, Dawn's led our scholarship committee, and we have granted scholarships of over $60,000 to the youth of Bushland, and that's due to Dawn. And the other thing that Dawn, he's our hero, because before every event, we call up Dr. Dawn, who's got his PhD in atmospheric physics, and we say, what about the weather? And Dawn delivers each and every time. So for all you've done, for all you continue to do and for all you'll continue to do in the future. Thank you for making our community a better place. Thank you, Don Majay.
Whether if somebody says it's nice, I say you're welcome. If it's bad, I say we just predict it, we don't make it.
All right, one little tidbit of information you may not be aware of is Don is known for his different hats and very stylish individual. And a member at the county would always, give Don praise for his hats and his style. And on, I believe it was your last meeting, Don, he attended with two hats, and he presented one of his hats to this fellow counselor as a parting gift, which was, it was a nice touch, Don. So it just shows the class, the individual that you and your family bring. So I'm gonna present this award. We'll take a quick picture if you're okay with that. And where would you like this, Justin?
This.
Like it's not our next item. Let me just get my. Okay. All right, I'm gonna invite our delegation, Robert.
Great. Now, I've got some boards to present. Just wondering what the best approach would be, either that side, unfortunately.
Who's it more important to see it, us or the public?
You,
Yeah. My boss is calling me in front of the screen, works best.
I'm going to.
That's white box. Do those need to be back to it so that the projector captures them? Like literally in front of the screen? Right, where's the actual video camera?
Let's see.
Great. Thank you.
Is it the owls that are the big? Robert, do me a favor.
Yeah.
Just take a seat real quick and just speak at your normal tone. What I'm trying to do is see if the owl cameras will pick up you and then grab your presentation so that it's.
Okay, hi, I'm Robert Foster,
There's one,
650 Maltby Road East.
right? It's grabbing the multi one.
Mhm.
And it's,
Provide us some documentation afterwards. You can-
do you have this as a electronic form,
No.
PDF? No.
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
I assume somebody gonna stand up and flip through these?
exactly. Me.
Just trying to get both. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna carry on and.
Okay, I just want you to be able to see that I don't want too far away from you.
I think council can see. Okay, you're good? Let me sit down and you start. Sorry to the people behind there. Can you, can you change the view so it's just Robert comes down so that the members of the audience can, you can work on that. We'll just go forward. Sorry, what? When I'm on Zoom, I can choose like speaker or gallery.
Oh, yeah, okay, let's see.
Now, I have a leave behind for everyone. Everything that I'm going to speak about I have in this lead behind, and I'm just wondering if I should give that to you now or later.
You can provide it later, and,
Okay, great.
I mean, if it's a quick handout.
I will.
He's just discussing with us. He's not in front of the microphone quite yet, so. Justine, would you mind grabbing those from the delegate and put him in the mic, please, just so that we can have him start a little. Thank you. Yes, we'll hit him up, okay. So once you sit, you're not going to sit.
I'm not gonna sit.
So if you could, please just do your best, pull that microphone over closer to you, stand up as tall as possible. And then a quick introduction of yourself and Mr. Harrison and.
Yes.
Ready? Okay.
Well, Dawn, you're a hard act to follow, but congratulations. My name is Robert Bosford. I live at 7650 Maltby Road East. And I'm here representing the Maltby Community Association. And I think we need to start with just who we are and how we got together. So a quick introduction. In late February, early March, Phil Harrison called a few of the residents and asked if we could get together and discuss what he thought was a concern.
Could you use the mic, please?
See that little speaker?
Yeah.
Place it where you would normally be sitting.
Good idea.
And that might all project it.
Right.
And he thought road traffic and in particular, the speed of traffic on Maltby was becoming a very big concern. So 4 or 5 of us got together right here. In a little red top barn. And we talked about issues. Everybody at that first meeting agreed that traffic speed was terrible on Maltby and was increasing. So we thought, well, if that's what we think, we should really expand. We sent out a letter March 3rd to other Maltby residents, just a drop in the mailbox. Said, we're getting together March 30th, would you be interested? On March 30th, we were overwhelmed with people, so much so that we couldn't hold the meeting in that barn anymore. We had to move it to Dave DeCorso's golf course, and he was kind enough to open it up to us and turn on the heat. And every seat was filled. And every person there who loves to live in Puslinch, and particularly on Maltby, was concerned about the speed that was happening. At that point, we thought we need to form an association. And we also then expanded our reach to Town Line Road, right through the Hanlon, and picked up even more individuals who were interested in the same issues. At this point, we have 37 individuals, residents on Maltby that are interested in what we do, and so we're speaking here on their behalf. Now, traffic has been taken care of to some degree with the stoplights that were put, stop signs rather, that were put in at Victoria and at Watson. Unfortunately, and not unfortunately, but and also the lights at Gordon to calm traffic somewhat at those intersections. The great thing about that is that they are working, and we appreciate the fact that they're there. Unfortunately, to get to that point, sadly, some fatalities were made or were had, and at this point, we're concerned about what's happening between the intersections. It's still becoming quite a fast road. Now, our mandate, as I mentioned, is to be a positive influence, a voice for our residents. We want to seek cooperation with municipal officials to assist with the calming of traffic and safety, in particular for residents. Change we know is present in our community. We know that things are going to be happening, and there's going to be more coming. We need to be proactive more than reactive when it comes to safety and in our road design. Road design is critical for us. We want to strive to open lines of communication between Coast Range Planning and our association. The situation, I mentioned that Maltby is in a dangerous transitional phase. Traffic speed and volume has increased. Interestingly, we've witnessed, I know Bill has witnessed on more than one occasion, vehicles traveling in excess of 100 kilometers per hour in a 60 kilometer per hour zone. We've also gone from a vehicle every 15 to 30 minutes to every 5 to 10 seconds. So just getting to your mailbox now is a difficult adventure. Large trucks and transports are diverting to Maltby Road. They're not supposed to, it's prohibited, but it happens. Cars are passing school buses as they slow to pick up children. Most of us who used to walk, jog, or ride our bikes on Maltby don't dare try that anymore. It's simply too risky. And a really important aspect to that issue of traffic volume is that all of a sudden the traffic stress is hurting the value of social interaction in our community. The days of people driving by, slowly stopping, rolling down their window, talking to you while you're working in your garden or sweeping or whatever it may be, just doesn't happen anymore. People walking on the streets don't engage anymore. So people stay inside. And I know as much as the physical aspect of our health is important, so is the mental part of it. And we're concerned that that is being hurt. So what we're thinking is that we're rapidly becoming a commuter road. And with the Clare Maltby development, the danger to residents will increase as drivers try to avoid backlogs and divert to Maltby. So what can we do? Well, what we did was we organized slow down long signs, emphasizing the speed limit in a residential area. And these are some examples facing east, facing west, different messages, but all of them saying, please slow down. It's 60 kilometers per hour, not a racetrack. I think it's important to note here that we had great participation in this effort as well. Every person who participated reached into their own pockets and paid for signs. So it really was a community effort. We've been in touch with OPP for greater surveillance. We've had some success, but we even need more. We've engaged Mike Ashley of the Fergus OPP to study traffic on Maltby Road, and results are pending regarding that. So as residents we've taken things into our hands as much as possible. I mentioned earlier, we need to be proactive. And what does that mean? It means that we have to reach out to Coast Range Council. We need your help. We know that paving Maltby between Victoria and Watson this summer, some of the work is starting to happen, is going to commence. Would it be possible to consider implementing traffic calming measures at this time? Something that can stop those drivers who see a newly paved road as a chance to go that much faster. Consider the staging of traffic mitigation methods. And with that, I wanted to refer to the Bush Lynch Township Road Master Plan under traffic calming measures. It states the township may also consider implementing traffic calming measures pursuant to section 8.1.2.5 on road reconstruction projects where safety, excessive speed, and or shortcutting traffic concerns are anticipated to occur upon reopening the road to traffic after construction. Well, we think Maltby is the target road for that very thing. So we're hoping that we can convince you to instigate some road traffic mitigation method. We would suggest, I guess to be more specific, starting with a temporary idea, which would be the portable solar sign, battery operated. This particular one is in Crete on concession 1, as I recall, and states your speed in a 60 zone. They can be placed in various sections of Maltby, but we're interested also in the fact that we would move that to the preferred more permanent sign, which is the pole with the radar sign. This is actually on 34, and states your speed, tells you you're going too fast, slow down. Another mitigation method would be the traffic hump as opposed to the bump. The bump makes you really come to a stop, and it's very jarring, versus the hump, which allows you to drive over it at 20 to 30 kilometers per hour without harming you or your car. They're a fairly common calming device used when entering residential areas or towns from a highway. And we think it's a key safety measure as our area grows. One of the things that we thought, if I can just refer back to this street map again, is that if we know that Guelph is responsible for the road from Maltby, from Victoria to the Hanlon. Coast Lynch starts from Victoria and goes towards town line. What a great example we could make for well, if we were to introduce with our new road, new mitigation methods as well. We just think it would be a great start to the region as we grow. And certainly not last but least, where possible, design roads with wildlife crossings. So much slaughter is happening. Okay, in closing, our goal is to be a positive voice for our community and have open lines of communication with governing officials. Our members are united in their concerns for road safety. Road safety is about resident safety. I would think that's got to be pretty high on your priority list when it comes to expenditures. Stop signs and traffic lights have been installed to help at critical intersections, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the road being, by the way, being resurfaced as well. And kudos to your roads people and to everyone here on council. taking care of our infrastructure and making sure our roads are in good shape. However, as traffic flow increases, drivers will find ways to divert themselves through residential areas, and we're worried right now about the present and long-term impact, and we really do need your help. The way our engineers plan our roads will ultimately have an impact on safety for drivers and residents. And the onus lies with them to think intuitively and with rural sensitivity as our community and the region around us grows. I think certainly your roads department probably is aware of the Vision Zero. It's a methods for safety in roads and design. I have an excerpt from Neil Harrison's introduction to safe systems, and I'm not going to go through it, it'll take too long. I just want to point out a couple of items. In current thinking for designing safe systems versus past perceptions. And those items are to focus on what causes safety, as opposed to what causes accidents. And make the system safe everywhere, as opposed to just those areas of those high crash locations where there are problems, making the system safe everywhere. That is my presentation to you. I thank you very much for seeing us, and I hope that you can help us in our goal. We hope to be here for the long term. I'd like Bill Harrison just to close with a few comments.
Or Mr. Harrison starts it just, unless you're gonna stand up in the same position, I just asked that the mic be moved over so that the president's.
Thank you, Mayor. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for letting us be here and make our presentation. I'm Bill Harrison from 7644 on Maltby Road. Been in Post Lynch for many years. I was here, and of course, we were one of the very first companies to invest heavily here in Post Lynch, and we're one of the first companies to be in the Nicholas Beaver Park. And that has been an incredibly successful organization, successful company. And I truly believe that the support that we've received from you folks and folks before you has really allowed that company to grow the way it is. And there is no question, the Cascade is just growing. It's going to continue to grow. It's going to be a good employer and a good public citizen, corporate citizen in this township. I should also say that you've seen Rob making this presentation, and it just shows that in our new association we have some very strong leadership, and we've got a good group of people. As Robert Smith has mentioned, we've got 37 families involved, and there are 70 families on Maltby Road. So it's a pretty good percentage to start off with. And the community side of it is important to us. Yes, we're here talking to you about the roads and so on and so forth, but we also get the community together. We're having a wonderful big picnic this year, and it's going to be well attended by all the people on Maltby. So as I said, Post Lynch has been a great place to live. It is a great place to live. We want to keep it that way, but it's also a good place to invest. And I know over the years, as the mayor knows, I have also been very much involved in promoting Post Lynch, because I think it's a wonderful place not only to live, but to build and work and invest. Getting back to the specific comments that Rob was making, I would ask you to please, very seriously consider putting paving humps on Malton when it is repaved this month or next month. Because that will do the calming, or at least start to do the calming that we need so badly. It's like sitting in my house and looking out of the road, it's like watching a racetrack out there. Cars, motorcycles, everything. So I'm asking, please consider having the contractor, because this is the least expensive way to put those humps in there, is to put them in when the road is being paved. Just a comment on the association. We're not here asking for money or anything else. We want to be involved. We want to be involved, not only in this topic of safety and paving and so on and so forth, but this community, as the mayor and I were speaking about it earlier today, this community is growing very, very rapidly. And there was a time when I first came here, it was quite small. And Nicholas Beaver was an idea. It's not even a plant yet, but this community is growing rapidly. And we are all going to have to adapt to change. So we know that our association, we push that point with every meeting we have, that there's going to be change and we have to accept it, but we have to be part of it. And we would only ask that, could you please, when something comes up that's going to affect the Malton community, you please involve us. If we have some input, if we can help, we want to. If there's some local information we can get for you, please ask. That's really all we're asking for here. So, you know, the future here in Bush Lane is massive change, massive growth. And we want to be part of it. We are part of it. We want to contribute to it. And you, councilors here in Bush Lane, are going to be making some really tough decisions. And we know that. And so what you've done over the lifetime that I've lived here and worked here, been very, very, very on the ball, and you made the right decisions at the right time. We would only like to ask that if there's something we can do to affect Malton community, that we please be involved. You know, and we're also sensitive to some of your councilors, your own ideas and thoughts and concerns. But the mayor is certainly very concerned about traffic flow. We know that. We're very conscious of that. We're not working against traffic flow. One thing we're just trying to do is make sure that when you design the road, you know, John and I are both engineers, and when you design something, you have to design it for what it's really going to be intended to be used for. The traffic on Malton isn't going to slow down. I mean, and in quantity, it's not going to slow down. It'll go up. But if we can design in and put these humps in place, at least it's going to calm it down a little bit. So those are just some observations that I've made following all the work that Rob has done, putting the presentation together. And my final comment would be, I want to thank you as a council. And I want to thank the mayor for letting us come here, introduce our new association, because we are Bush Lane. We're Bush Lane proud. We're here, and we're going to be here, and we want to contribute. We don't want to be a drag on society. We want to contribute to it, and we want to contribute to the future. So I thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm just gonna go to staff, prior to opening up to council for questions, would like Ms. Whitefox to speak, about our roads management plan, please.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So I believe the delegate referred to our roads management plan. The draft is available on our township website. We recently had it available for public comment. It is coming to council on August 16th for consideration and potentially back in September for a decision, but a decision could be made on that plan as soon as August 16th. So that's just an update on where we're at with the draft plan. What staff have done since 2018, since the plan was first being considered by council, is to record feedback that we've received on road safety, road speeds, that sort of thing. And that has been addressed through the plan development, and we're still looking at those in incorporating and to see what sort of direction we could give to council on how to address those issues as they arise. So staff's suggestion with the delegation material today would be that that be considered once the plan is approved.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
On that particular timing, would that allow for the contractors or the designers of the resurfacing of our part of Maltby Road? Would that allow them to then adjust that design to get the humps in there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the roads management plan is a policy framework that does address responding to those sorts of requests. So that is built into the roads management plan. So staff would look at requests like that and present their feedback to council for consideration.
What I think I'm hearing is there a possibility to redesign Maltby Road to include humps? It's my understanding that contract has been awarded.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that question is probably better answered by Director of Public Works.
Mr. Fowler?
Morning. Yes, so the initial paving will still commence. If the consideration is made that humps are to be installed, they would be regardless installed after the initial paving is done. So if the residents were to notice that we went ahead with the paving, these speed cushions could be installed after the initial paving was done. You can't install speed cushions while you're paving the actual road. It's a activity that happens afterward.
So further clarity, has the contract been awarded and when is that paving or reconstruction to commence? I understand contractors are busy and have other obligations, but if you could just speak to that briefly.
The last initial contact with the contractor was indicated that paving should commence end of July into the month of August for Maltby Road.
So more likely than not, you're gonna see the road reconstructed without the humps because it's not possible to make a decision on the humps today. Staff would have to prepare a report, council would have to discuss it, make a decision, but what we're hearing, and I'm not treating you as not understanding it, but it's more so for other people watching. So then staff, what I'm hearing from staff is that we can install them after the fact, so that's good news.
That's what I heard from Mike. Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
I'm gonna do a question line here, and at first it's gonna appear that I'm maybe not supporting your signs on your road, but that's not the case. I'm just gonna go through a process with staff. So I don't know if Mr. Fowler saw the presentation where they have some, I don't want to call it homemade signs, but personally purchased signs similar to election signs. And they installed them. It appears as some are within our right of way, some might be on private property and their flower beds. Technically, are those signs prohibited under our, maybe it's for you, sorry, I missed it, but technically are those prohibited under our sign bylaw?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would want to take a better look, but I would suspect that they are not permitted under the sign bylaw, but again, that's something that's our bylaw policy would inform on how that would be dealt with.
I did reach out to.
Hold on, Rob.
Oh, sorry.
I don't,
Sure.
so my concern is, if the township were to initiate placing, speeding concern signs on Maltby, then staff are going to be installing speeding concern signs on every road every day. They're going to be maintaining them. They're going to be knocked over. Somebody that doesn't agree with your position is going to spray paint them, and it's going to be this maintenance nightmare. However, I think there could be a path forward where a group like yourself, I don't even know if it would have to come to council, but council could develop a permit process, which wouldn't be onerous, I don't, I would hope there'd be zero costs. But there would be some responsibilities, because if you don't pick these things up for a windy day, they become trash. So community group like yourself comes to staff, fills out a quick paperwork. This is the date we're gonna put our signs out. April to November, whatever. But as long as they're cleaned up, that responsibility, if they become a nuisance and our staff are spending time picking them up off the roads, then maybe that permit doesn't get, I don't know, but I'd like to see a process. I'd like staff to at least consider it, and council can discuss it, a process to allow community groups like yourself to just be a little more legal per se. And then that way, the owner says no on the township, because we are so small. And so those are my comments just for council to kind of digest, and I'll open up to the floor. Oops, Councilor Slow.
Yes, thank you for coming in for your delegation. We've had numerous complaints on speeding across the township. In my part of the Lynch, we have speeding concerns daily. And I understand where you're coming from. I understand where other people are coming from. I think it's important that we all approach this thing collectively in the same uniform manner. It doesn't make sense or appropriate that we treat one section of roadway much different from another one. The concession poor people in front of the near the don't, for a better word, have the same concerns. It's a nightmare there. So whatever works for you should work for them, vice versa. So I'm looking forward to this roads master plan to come forward and come up with some suggestions. I certainly like the idea of having some signs. Was the mayor suggesting that you folks come forward, but if you have necessary permitting and all that, that's something that everybody can do. I certainly like the idea of having these move around signs. I understand from our comments and council, somebody suggested that we ask that consider as part of next year's budget, and we'll leave that up to that councilor to move it. I certainly want to follow up when we get later on into the report. So there's a report from the LAS.
Bill.
I thought I had turned off.
There's a report coming up dealing with LAS. It's sort of a tangential thing. It deals with hedge funding. But I looked at the LAS website. They do have provisions for automatic speed control cameras. So I don't know what that works. I'm going to be asking staff to look into that through LAS, and I don't know the legislation as well. Are we as a lower tier municipality permitted to do so, or does it have to come from the upper tier, or what, vice versa? So there are things that I think we should be looking at, and if we get hold of some of these cameras, we can strategically place them wherever the hotspots are for that particular week or so. So I'm very concerned about traffic speeding as you are. I think there's a variety of solutions we can adapt. It's got to be uniformly across the township to be fair to connect with all. So my motion will be when we come later on to report something to the automatic speed control. Somebody will ensure we'll make a motion with respect to these portable signs later on.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Spillis. Councilor Bailey.
Thank you for coming today. You put a lot of effort into the presentation. I really appreciate that. I did take a drive up Maltby the other day just to see what was happening and what signs, had come up. One comment I noticed starting at the dirt road end, it seemed easy to be driving 50. And then as you got into a little more wider road, after concession 11 or maybe after Watson, it widened out, seemed to be much easier to drive 60. And then past Victoria, it seemed easier to be driving even over the speed limit, and then especially down towards the Hanlon. So I find it actually quite ironic. The better the road, the more road improvements we make, actually encourages or it gives people the feeling that they can drive faster. So not that I don't want to support paving our roads. But it is kind of interesting that a gravel road would keep the traffic slower. However, I do.
Like pothole protection.
The pothole. I do agree with different mitigation. So you had a couple suggestions up there. I know there are others. When you're coming in through, say, Caledon, and that's a real drive-through community, which Puslinch is becoming. But they have a lot of paint, kind of just paint mitigation that makes the road feel more narrow. You know, so that you would slow down. So the road isn't more narrow, but it makes it appear that the road's being more narrow. So I'm wondering if we can also be adding maybe at budget time, what sort of paint mitigation can we be putting into the budget so that when we do a road, we can be putting in some of this, especially for our drive-through, you know, commuters that are coming right through. I live on a county road and you're talking, you know, 100 kilometers an hour, people flying by my place. One thing that's come up, I'm on the Safe Communities Committee with Wellington County, and they have a lot of separate subcommittees. And I don't know if Nicole's brought it up, but there is an opportunity to have sort of a roads committee potential, because Wellington County is very huge. And this issue is everywhere. We're not unique with this. So I'm just wondering if you want to take it back to your group, whether you want to, you know, participate in the Safe Communities subcommittee, creating some sort of, you know, traffic committee, and even reaching out to others around the community. We've had Lake Road people come, we've had Victoria Road, concession 4, like Councillor Sapoulis has mentioned. So to be doing silo is a lot of work. If we can all be kind of working together for the same, you know, same issues, I think that would help the community as a whole. So that was just a comment I had. But I'd be happy to put you in touch with the Safe Communities.
And the safe communities for Puslinch.
It's for Wellington County.
I did reach out
Yeah.
to the person in charge. She felt as though our concerns were so specific that it perhaps was better that we go to this, our own association kind of role. Can certainly reach out to her again.
Yeah. Or become the model group
Well,
that others.
That's kind of what we're
could follow.
hoping,
Yeah.
that, you know, Puslinch kind of leads the way, you know, certain areas of safety.
I think that was it. I think you've nailed it a little bit in that Bill mentioned investing in the community, so that comes back down to budget. I mean, we need to figure out, we would be happy to mitigate everywhere, but it comes at a cost. And so how much are the residents prepared, you know, to pay in taxes to help with road, you know, say, road mitigation measures? So I think that's a discussion we'll need to talk about, but it'll happen with a lot of the comments that are coming through with our roads plan, management plan. So thank you for coming today. I think the signs are great. They look really good.
Thank you.
Councillor Goida?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rosberg and Mr. Harrison, for being here today and introducing your community group. I think it is really important for council to hear directly from groups like yours, grassroots sort of initiatives, so that we have a good understanding of what's really happening in the community. I am sincerely empathetic, speeding on your road. I live on Watson Road. It's terrible there as well. And, you know, just as Councillor Sapoulis and Councillor Bailey have mentioned, I know that your delegation today is specific to Multi Road, but unfortunately, it's a major concern everywhere, and it's a real, it's a problem and a concern in our community. I just wanted to touch on a couple of things briefly. We heard about the road management plan and the work that's being done on that. Just as a side note and a bit of a reassurance, I know that you had provided some written correspondence on that. And it's my understanding that your feedback was sent to the engineer who is working on that plan. So, you know, I do know that those comments will form part of the sort of the consultation piece that will be coming back on that draft plan.
Thanks for helping with that.
You're welcome. And I also, I just wanted to point out too, on our agenda today, there are a few consent items. And this is, they've come up frequently, but today it's item 6.27 through to 6.30. And this is regarding sort of a plea to the province to allow, to amend the Highway Traffic Act to allow communities to use automatic speed enforcement on our roadways, which currently is only permitted in community safety zones, which we don't have on multi-road. So I just wanted to sort of point that out, that that's just another tool that we're trying to advocate for to bring to our community, and just gives a little bit of reassurance that, you know, there's multiple things on the go that we as council are working on to try and combat this issue sort of broadly through the township as a whole. And then just on that, I had inquired sort of in advance about these, I don't actually know what they're called, but the solar powered sign. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Fowler if he's still on the call here. I don't know too much about those units, and I'm not sure, you know, how we would necessarily go about getting temporary ones versus permanent ones, and if they're purchased or leased, or how any of that works. But I do think that it is perhaps something that we should consider as yet another tool, because as we have concerns with speeding throughout the township, a temporary one would be something that we could perhaps move around the township to provide some kind of mitigation or protection as these issues come up. So on that note, I wanted to ask Mr. Fowler if he knows too much about those units, and if maybe he could provide some comment on that.
Thank you, Councilor Goida, through you, Mr. Mayor. I have been in contact with several municipalities currently using these devices. Currently waiting for quotes from our one supplier, and this cost will be forwarded in the 2024 budget for consideration. I guess the downfall is with the portable solar, there is a bit of the labor intensive required. Each time the sign is moved to a different location, it needs to be recalibrated to pick up traffic within that area. So again, there is a cost factor as far as labor and resources available to move these and properly calibrate them. But other than that, within the next month and a half, I should have figures that can be presented to council for the 2024 budget moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler. So, Mayor Sealy, on that note, I was hoping to move the motion, bring that option back as part of the 2024 budget process. I don't know if that motion is required, given Mr. Fowler has said he's already working on that, but
I cannot prevent you from moving a motion. I have a plethora of notes here, so I may trigger more thoughts for any member of council here that they want to add to the motion. So I'd appreciate it if I just go through my little rant here, and then we'll go. I believe Councilor Schools has a motion as well. So good. A lot of things discussed. I'm going to bounce around. I got chicken scratch everywhere.
Okay.
I think that it'd be great for a counselor and part of the motion to have staff look into incorporating, whether it be the narrowing of the lane markings when they reconstruct a road, as well as incorporating those electronic speed signs as part of that construction process. To me, that would be a bit of a efficiency for construction. So, you know, we're hiring a contractor, bring a whole crew. As we all know, I mean, there are telephone poles in the rural, but are they in the location where we want one of these signs? In our luck, probably not. So we'd have to drill a hole, get located. So that, I think that'd be a great direction forward that the township could take, is incorporating that into the policy or construction policy, so that that's incorporated when we repave a road. Councilor Goida spoke to the automated speed enforcement. There's an initiative at the county as well to get that implemented. But she is correct, is my understanding that it's only within any safety zones. I am in favor of advocating to the province to allow us to expand that to what we really need is the permission to do it. We only need 2 or 3 cameras, but we need 30 boxes that look like they have cameras. So all you need to do is not know if the camera's in the box.
Yeah.
And we're good. So I'm 100% supportive of it because that is putting the cost of speeding on the speeder. And I had a note here. This is gonna sound harsh, but everybody's willing to drive slow in front of their own house. But we need everybody to drive slow in front of your neighbor's house. So those cameras will ensure that part. I feel we need to go to the source of the traffic. Most of that traffic is from our neighbors. And one OPA for the city of Guelph was recently approved by the province, and a component of that stated I believe it was shall not communicate, but engage the neighbor municipalities on traffic. And I think it's imperative that groups like yourself and the township, I'm not putting you on your own, but need you in front of their council to say your traffic is causing this impact. We'll do it more delicate. But you can go there and show the raw emotion and the impacts of the residents. And then their council needs to hear it because we want to direct traffic to the Hanlon. Reality is if we push it off Maltby, it'll probably come down Brock Road, but we're working to get it to the Hanlon. There's another one, I pulled it up. County just did a citizen satisfaction survey. When I first became mayor, I was a bit of a simple person. I had concerns around our parks and rec. And there's major changes going on and I didn't feel it was in tune with the community. And however, those changes that were coming were mostly supported by a parks master plan that the township went through. I remember hearing about a parks master plan and I did not engage. And when you do a plan like that, staff can point to it and say, because they did the public engagement, that's why we're doing this because of this plan. Similarly, the county did a citizen satisfaction survey. In that survey, one of the components, and I don't know if you could, will we be able to post this, a link to this survey later on the website, so anybody listening be able to find it? It asks, I'm on the page of 13 of 40, most important issues facing the community. And however they, queried the community, they called, they did this, they did that, they could probably question, but regardless, the people they queried, 4% raised concern of traffic. And I asked when this was presented to the county, I said, well, how was that worded to people? Because my phone is blowing up all the time about traffic concerns, and this doesn't show that people have a traffic concern. So it's important that as a community, when these things come out, we let them know, because I know now, I've been around just long enough to know that when I raise concerns at the county and say, we need to do these improvements, they can point to this and say, well, we got 10 other items that are more important than traffic. And that was deeply disappointing. So the only thing I'm saying is we need to engage on these things. If something else comes down the pipe, send in your concern.
What was number 1?
Roads maintenance. Roads maintenance, housing, growth development, taxation, economy and jobs, crime was 10%. Cost of living was 6 or 8% and went down from there. We were 4% in traffic.
How long ago was that?
It was presented to county last month. Signs are great, but without enforcement. So as part of that, I reached out about this is gonna delay council, I'm sorry, but you guys need to hear this. Our OPP contract, it's Wellington County pays it, they're responsible for policing. I have an email in the inbox. Part of our contract with the OPP is we have enhancements. 4.7 million per year we pay for enhancements. In all of Ontario, there's $44 million worth of enhancements billed out. Wellington County pays 10% of that.
Whoa.
In that enhancement, there's quite a breakdown. We have 7 traffic officers, K9, it goes on, so public, what do they call them, public sector servers. They have a term for people that are not police, they're private, whatever. Civilian, thank you. So. Politely, I'm trying to find out how those resources are allotted, because if we're spending $4.7 million annually, and 7 of them are traffic, my phone's blowing up.
Yeah.
I wanna, so I would also, so going down that road. OPP is data focused, or have to call the 1-888-310-1122 with your speeding complaints. They track everything. So when I call an inspector and I say, I have a traffic complaint from Mulvey Road, he gets the staff, if he doesn't look it up in squad, we haven't received any complaints. So it's tough for them to justify allotting additional resources without the data behind it. Everybody has to call. As well as email documented. I would ask that as part of the motion, we forward this to the Police Services Board for information. It's in its document, it's on their agenda. That's 2. I'm just going through my notes. Oh, I do want to make it as inconvenient as possible for people to drive down Victoria and Maltby. You know, if I had my way, I'd be asking my car to put in stop signs everywhere. Like, I can't, you have to have a process. So again, trying to push the traffic to where we feel it's appropriate. Believe. So again, yeah, I think that's all I have. Yeah. I hope that helps a little bit. It may seem like there's no action, but I know myself and Councillor Balmer at the county level has been a big advocate for the speed enforcement. Again, we're working through a process. I believe it was 2 Wellington County Roads Committee meetings ago. We had a presentation from a company that would manage speed enforcement for the county, only in the community safety zones. And I believe out of that meeting came direction to staff to build, I don't know if I want to put Councillor Balmer on the spot here, but it was terms of reference or something. So to come back and tell us exactly what they could provide as some costing with the intent to eventually, you know, go to an RFP or to tender. We felt it not appropriate to try a single source. So we're trying to build what we want, get the report and put it out. So there is action at the county level. And then in parallel with that, we're trying, especially with this council here as well, lobby government to open up where we can place these cameras. And like I already stated, put the fake ones in. Because it's all you need. You just need people to think that there's a camera there. So I'll stop now and then I'll turn it back over to members of council. I believe there's some resolutions to come out of your delegation. Sorry for not apologizing or thanking you for your presentation. We are sympathetic and we'll do what we can. Oh, the last thing did come along. The speed humps, I have a concern. One is fine. One to slow people down is fine. But even so, if you have multiple speed humps, response for emergency services is delayed, and you know everybody knows time is important on emergency response. The other concern is I don't know the impacts of our roads crews do an excellent job in the winter. We are well above our minimum service levels. I've had so many compliments on how well our roads are done. However, there's still times when they get out there, the road is snow covered. And I mean, I guess maybe you could mark it. I'm just kind of, maybe you could put delineators in the road to show the driver where that bump is. But, you know, my concerns are you're hauling down the road at 3 a.m. plowing. And so I have some concerns around those, but I believe there'll be a resolution of it. We'll hear from staff, Director of Public Works and Treasury. So we'll see what we can do. And I'll turn it over to Council.
Well, I'd like to refer to Councilor Gorda. She started the motion mobile. So let her do that. I'll piggyback.
Sure, and I may turn to Courtney to help me a little bit on this. I've been trying to write as a as a clerk. But I have written a motion that staff report back on the cost and feasibility of purchasing and operating portable solar powered radar as part of the 2024 budget process. And to report back on, if I would use correctly, painting lines to narrow roads and implementing automatic speed enforcement into repaving construction projects. And that the report by the monthly community association be forwarded to the OPP in request for increased enforcement.
Would you include in your motion to add they don't have to be solar powered, but I don't even know if they're radar anymore, to be honest with you. I think they're laser. But everybody refers to them as radar signs. The radar signs is part of our construction policy and how we did that.
The permanent measures.
Yeah,
And also, you mentioned telephone poles. They may be in an appropriate position because you can mount those radars on telephone poles as
I
well.
was just making sure that because if we say mount them on telephone poles, then they redo a road and there isn't one, then you don't get a sign.
Gotcha. Good,
So,
good work.
yeah, I figured that out.
Okay.
It's gotta be real clear. One thing I do need Mr. Fowler to speak to, thank you, Councillor Goyda, sorry, is we are co-owners, is my belief, of a portable radar sign with Welfare Hermosa. And I believe staff tried to track it down pre-COVID. I don't know if Mr. Fowler recalls that sign, if it's maybe, it might be of not a senior, but aged piece of equipment and not usable anymore. Mr. Fowler, do you have an update on that one?
To you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so that sign was currently purchased to be shared through several municipalities, West Lynch, Welfare, Massa, in the county. Currently, this sign is posted within the township. It's on concession 1. It was placed there due to the troubles the township has been experiencing with the County Road 35 closure. So it currently is in operation and in the township as we speak.
So we did have that to our access to that, but it's a shared piece of equipment, so, okay, that's good to know. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Goyda, so.
So, to your question, Mayor Sealy, I added,
Maybe I'll just ask Ms. White.
I don't know what they're called, so I'm like making up words in my motion.
Mr. Chair, do you want me to read what I have and then we can report this piece by piece?
Yeah.
It works better.
No, that's
Okay.
not that.
The council receives a delegation regarding the introduction of the Maltby Community Association. And the council directs staff to review the delegation material in respect to the roads management plan once approved and report back to council. And the council directs staff to report back during the 2024 budget process on the feasibility of purchasing or leasing and operating 2 solar powered mobile speed signs that can be rotationally set on municipal roads or on hydro poles where available to bring awareness and mitigation of excess speeding on township roadways. And the council directs staff to incorporate line marking strategies, into the roads management plan to mitigate speed. And the council directs staff to implement automatic speed enforcement into road projects through the roads management plan. And the council directs staff to forward the delegation materials to the Police Services Board for information on the upcoming agenda.
I don't believe that captured the installation of. Mr. Fowler, what would you refer to those radar laser signs? What would you call them?
For you, Mr. Mayor, there's several definitions for them. Electronic speed indicators are one of the most commonly used definitions.
Versus enforcement, right? Because they just showed us the speed, the enforcement would be those other ones that we're trying to get through the county. Those 2 components.
The solar powered mobile speed signs, is that not the correct term?
That's the one on wheels that you drive around with a truck.
Yeah.
Where to see this one here? This thing. Sorry, we're gonna be here till midnight. Listen. See how it's permitted?
Yeah.
So when the road's paved, we give you guys permission to incorporate a pole if need be, plus the electric sign.
But not automatic speed enforcement, it would be electronic sign indicators.
So we want, my understanding from council is that they want to still pursue the electronic speed enforcement, because we don't have permission from the province, so that's a separate one.
We do that in the.
Probably. So that's, yeah. But this is the one. Well, I can. They would tell us. It's just in the design criteria when you're paving the strength of the road. So that would even be gravel roads to be constructed. Okay. Folks. Gonna reread the motion that you,
Sure. Okay. The council received the delegation regarding the introduction of the Multi Community Association, and the council directs staff to review the delegation material in respect to the roads management plan once approved and report back to council. And the council directs staff to report back during the 2024 budget process on the feasibility of purchasing or leasing and operating 2 solar powered mobile speed signs that can be rotationally set on municipal roads or hydro poles where available to bring awareness and mitigation of excess speeding in the township on township roadways. And the council directs staff to incorporate lane marking strategies into the roads management plan to mitigate speed. And the council directs staff to implement electronic speed indicators into future road projects in accordance with the roads management plan. And the council directs staff to forward the delegation materials to the Police Services Board for information at their upcoming meeting.
Very well written.
any additions from members of council? Councilor Sprouse.
So I'd like to piggyback on what you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, to do, having a permitting process for user signs, such as, provided on, multi-road.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for clarification, the township sign bylaw is on the corporate work plan for review. Would that be that may be the right place to review the permitting process for roadside signs?
I have a question, when is timing for that?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it is slated for review in 2023. Staff are still aiming for that. It perhaps in the last quarter.
Okay, that's fine, then, as long as you, earmark it as, one of the issues to cover off in the, revised version of it. And the other point is the automatic speed control, right? If we bring it up here now to look into it as well, costing and feasibility as part of the LAS, we should rather do it as part of the report associated with the LAS system plan.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and to Councillor Sepoulis, we do have a draft motion prepared in relation to the finance report. Our Director of Finance has looked into that and is prepared to report back on that.
Okay, that's good.
Councilor Bailey.
Just a follow-up question. Is there not a temporary sign bylaw or a temporary sign permit that could be issued for a situation like this?
So through you, Mr. Chair, our existing sign bylaw is very rigid with temporary signage. We have had requests to council for relief from the sign bylaw to permit temporary signs, for example, for like bike races and things like that. So we have seen those, but it's through a variance process approved by council.
All right, let me mover for that was Councilor Brita, seconder. Councilor Sprouse, any final? All in favor? Carry. All right, thank you again. Thank you. Sure.
I know the sensitivity of what they lived with them all my life. So I respect you people for managing what you're doing. Because, but my question is this. In the subject, when we look at the subject of electronic speed indicators, is there any way that those items could be purchased privately and given to the township for a specific use? I don't know the answer to that, whether private funding is allowed in a case like that, but it seems to me that, as Mr. Carlos said, it's an item that's a wear and tear, maintenance and so on. But if you were able to private fund a speed sign for the speed indicator, would it, and that would.
Well, here, let me interject.
Pardon?
Let me interject.
Yeah.
In the past, the community of Linnafab, in the county, they purchased their own signs
Yes.
and had them installed by the county. I would suggest that you just, through your group, send Ms. White Fox an email with your intention to purchase. And she can discuss it with Mr. Fowler. That may be part of the roads management plan donation policy. So
That's what I'm thinking.
you're not getting a no today, but they can definitely look at that for you.
That's a donation, is what I was thinking.
Right? So
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
There is something to that effect in the road. Well, I think in that, something about measures may be installed by others during the development phase if it's approved by the council.
And that's coming back in August. So without it, if it's approved in August, then it could happen relatively quickly. If it needs to go back for some more revisions, it would be a little bit delayed, but we're not talking exponential amount of time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's important. Thank you.
Thanks again for your presentation. Our next delegations are in regards to. I'm gonna take a 5-minute washroom break because I have a feeling that you would be, we may need it. Yeah. Okay, welcome back. I believe our next two delegations are Cam and Alistar.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of staff, planner, neighbors. My name is Alistair McCluskey at 101 Abbotsford Mill Crescent, and we are here in opposition to the rezoning of 128 Brock Street. And we are representing the Meadows of Aberfoyle itself, but also members along or residents along Gilmore and throughout Aberfoyle as a community. This whole process is a long one, and it is time consuming, and it has taken a lot of time and effort by a lot of people, including members of council, members of staff, and a lot of members in the community. So it's taken quite a bit of time. So hopefully we can come to a resolution today, or at least give us a good indication of which way we go. Because it's very disconcerting trying to figure out which way to go, especially after the last council meeting, where the applicant basically said that there was a legal issue. So do we have an update on that legal issue?
I don't believe the township has anything to provide, but I'll turn over to Ms. White Fox.
So through you, Mr. Chair, there will be a report on the agenda after your delegation. I believe it's been approved to move up. The agent for the owner will be here for questions during that report. So I don't have an update to share from staff.
And where is
Second, Alistair. The agent will be here for questions from council.
Correct, yes.
Yeah, just for clarification, Mr. Alistair.
Where is Wellington Freight in this meeting today? Are they present at all?
I do not see them in attendance.
So the presentation we have today, or the discussion we're having today, is around.
So actually, I'm gonna pause you real brief.
Yeah.
Ms. White Fox, do you want to speak to how we do zoning in the sense of whether it's for the use or for the tenant? How that decision process is made?
So through you, Mr. Chair, generally, land should not be zoned for a person or on a specific end user. Zoning should be approved based on the zoning bylaw for the land.
So that zoning bylaw is being considered, or rezoning bylaw is being considered based on the application in front of you. And the application is based on Wellington Freight, is that correct?
No.
Do
Well,
you want me to answer that?
sorry, yeah.
So
She
through
can say yes.
you, Mr. Chair, so the application was made by the owner of the property. with the authorized agent being Mr. Pierre
Chauvin,
Chauvin.
Chauvin or Chauvin? Chauvin.
So the conversations we've had to date have been around the application and the actual use. And the way the staff report comes out, it talks about mitigation efforts that the applicant or the user of the land at that point in time would be putting in place to mitigate issues that we have around concerns we have. So I'm gonna do two things today. I'm gonna talk about some of the issues outstanding. Is Wellington is the applicant or the user of that land, but also a pivot in case they aren't, if that's fair. Okay. If I go to the first one, please. Our opposition in general is not against Wellington Freight. Our opposition is against trucking, and our opposition is against the rezoning of that particular piece of land. As it opens up a whole myriad of things. With Wellington Freight, we knew what we were getting, and we knew how to argue that conversation or have that conversation. If this discussion is around rezoning property itself, then that opens up a whole can of worms. And it could be for any particular purpose. It could have severance issues involved. It could be resale to other parties. So our concerns were raised, and they were categorized as the land use compatibility of that particular property. Again, traffic volumes, movement, safety, noise, light, air pollution, environmental concerns. We talked about them at least 3 meetings to this date. And one of the pieces, and I think Helen talked about even more, is really losing the character and the vision that we had for Haverford. And so as we went through this, Wellington basically ticked a number of the boxes that went against, looked at some of these issues that we had, or concerns that we had, and they tried to mitigate it. And they did a very good job in some cases, and others there are still concerns. So I'm going to talk about both. Next one, please. Before the rezoning decision, we suggested a couple of things. As a minimum, we suggested that that Wellington Freight use consistent, realistic data inputs. And we give them a thumbs up on that one. We also said that they have to cover appropriate study areas and impacted residents. And that, again, I don't think has been met based on the impact studies that have been submitted to council. We said that the aim of maximum protection and safety of water residents, community should be met versus minimal limits. And I think Wellington in their applications basically tried to meet some of those pieces. We said that in order to make an informed decision, we have to collectively need a comprehensive study, community study area in all assessment areas. And in the latest reports that are on the website, those haven't changed. So those particular study areas have not changed. And we don't believe that criteria has been met. Confirmation of legal restrictions at time of day operations. That was agreed to by Wellington, and that was a good piece of the puzzle. But if it is not Wellington, then that time of day issue is absolutely critical. And rezoning into industrial really does open the can of worms, especially the way the staff reports come out that talks about it being warehousing and transport terminals and that sort of thing. So that piece of the puzzle is extremely important. Growth forecast impacts on employees, trucks, and hours of operation. That area has not been addressed to the satisfaction of the people that have looked at all the reports. A realistic assessment of traffic numbers and direction, again, something that wasn't looked at to our satisfaction at least. And I'll talk to that one in a second. And a realistic review of employee access and egress off Gilmore. That was attempted very well, I believe, with Wellington, given the nature of the bylaws and how the town and the county roads have to be, used in tandem. On the next slide, and that this is kudos to Wellington. Some of the concerns were recognized. Hours of operation, again, were were met, at least in terms of as much as they could, with a few outstanding trucks coming at nighttime. Noise pollution, a lot of work done on noise mitigation with different sized fencing. And the bylaw itself was to include a buffer, and this again, staff words, intended to be a visual screen from adjacent properties and may include sloping, berming where possible, as intended to include frontage along Gilmore Road. So that visual screen certainly was addressing some of the issues we had as well. Backup beepers, additional noise barriers, and also Wellington had agreed to put broadband frequency backups in place that would be mitigating some of that sound. Water balancing. Wellington talked about developing a salt management plan. The existing well and property have to be decommissioned. So all those pieces were positive in terms of trying to mitigate some of the issues. Right on the next slide, please. Some of the concerns still open or gaps in the studies that were presented, and they haven't been changed, a number of them from a number of months ago. The transport impact study determined that there will be increase in traffic. However, this impact is minor and not expected to significantly impact existing traffic conditions. Operations in the study area intersections not to be acceptable based on analysis contained in the TIS. The study was limited to McLean to Gilmore. We talked about that one. The traffic volumes and assumptions were in question. There was no sensitivity to growth or accommodation of guests or clients. We questioned the use of 150 employees coming out of a Gilmore Road exit that basically was 120 feet in length. And how you would get those people to the roundabout and not cause backup, so we couldn't even get out of our driveways. We talked about how can it set, and then we talked about the trucking, a number of trucks would come in and out, and we questioned that as well. Based on the analysis in the TIS, the roundabout of Brock and Gilmore's operating acceptable levels. And again, that's the issue about the 120 feet from Brock Road to the entrance that was proposed. The next page, please. On the some of the concerns that were still open, safety, warehouse will store dry goods. No storage of hazardous materials, and we know that. Well, we knew that what was being proposed in the warehouse from Wellington Freight would met some criteria of not being hazardous. Now, the restrictions going forward, had the land be severed or had it been sold or whatever the case may be to someone else who isn't as diligent, then the question is, then what is the future and what is the material that goes into the warehouses then? We were under the assumption that there was a safety study that was going to be done based on all the traffic, and we hadn't seen that. The water, the review and approval of wastewater treatment system design and septic dilution will fall completely under the purview of MECP pursuant to the Ontario Waters Resources Act. The question was whether or not the township perspectives would be reflected in that review. And the property values, which is an interesting statement, and I understand it, but it's still interesting. Property values are not land use planning, not a land use planning consideration. Having said that, land planning tools try to ensure that competing land uses are compatible and not cause adverse impacts. Other matters that will be addressed through the site plan approval process, lighting, landscape, building design, to ensure that other impacts from lighting and buffering are considered. And then in any, whoever the use is using that particular property, will we be consulted in those buffering efforts? Some studies, and sorry, the next one. Some studies have not changed at all from the initial submission. And using the same parameters and assumptions really going forward isn't going to change the outcome of the study itself. So the study has made a conclusion, and the input and the assumptions we questioned. The operations of the study area include Broad Street and Gilmore Roundabout, the Broad Street, Wellington, Road 46 and McLean, and the proposed access connections to Brock and Gilmore. What's not included is any traffic impacts on Gilmore Road with 150 cars turning out. Any impact of the 790-foot industrial development planned for 7475 McLean. Because and that's a massive, it's already under work now. That's a massive component. And any impact on roundabout north of Victoria and west along Gilmore with employees coming from Campbellville area. Any impacts on 401 access and any impacts on Morriston and the rest of the corridor. Next one, please. So we question what happened to the CIP vision. The community improvement plan was very well written and is intended to make Aberfoyle a community you want to live in and visit. And for the purpose of this bylaw, the buffer strip described in section 3, and this is on the left-hand side, is a section of the SIP, the site plan. And the buffer strip along Gilmore and that roundabout is intended to be the visual screen from adjacent properties, vegetated and with coniferous and deciduous trees or shrubs in conjunction with the township landscaping guidelines. The buffer strip may include sloping and berming or possible intent to include the frontage along Gilmore Road. What we missed in our first go around in this was a little dotted line that goes right around the whole outside. And it even goes around, if you look on the left there, there's two big trees and it goes in an indent. That's a dotted line. Well, the dotted line is a 2.4 meter high chain link fence that goes around the property. Right, go to the next slide, please. If this is what's the intention of that particular application is, that's the welcome you're going to have into Aberfoyle. You're going to have that entrance with a chain link fence around the property. That's what residents will pass every single day. And this certainly wasn't the vision, or at least we don't believe the vision for the corridor of the community improvement plan. In the little tiny pieces, on the SIP plan, there are three little boxes. The first one is a view of a 2.4 meter chain link fence. The second one is a view of gating, chain link gating. And the third one is a view of a fence with chain link component, with a chain link component with barbed wire. And if you go around the industrial zone, you'll see a lot of properties with barbed wire that is surrounding a lot of the property. If that's the welcome we have to Aberfoyle, with a barbed wire fencing community or industrial lot, what does that say for Aberfoyle? And what does it do to the residents that live in the community? If you look at the next slide, please. The community voices concerns. And we haven't done anything on the surveys that we had put together earlier since the last meeting, because we didn't know what we were surveying or who we were serving or what discussion we were having. So up until the last meeting, we had 303 paper signatures from a number of places. We had 170 Aberfoyle Mill, we had Fox Run and Bridle Path, we had Gilmore Road, we had locations surrounding us. We had Brock and Old Brock Roads, Wellington Road, and Maple Leaf Lane. So 303 people in the community are saying the rezoning of that particular piece of property is not something they want. We did 3 presentations. We've had 19 letters to the editor, being the Wellington Advertiser, Chris Lynch today, Laura Fergus today. And we did 2 petitions. One was electronic and one was paper, just to make sure we covered all the legalities around that. And that was submitted to staff at the last meeting. So we've seen a willingness to mitigate the concerns. But our combined opinion is that it really hasn't changed our view as to not, sorry, our view about opposing that particular piece of property. The next one, please. So the recommendation by staff to provide a holding by provision on the rezoning had a number of pieces to it. Certainly site plan approval, existing deep well could be being commissioned, decommissioned. flow of water meter to monitor water, drinking water threats disclosure, liquid handling, storage and spilling response procedure, water balance assessment report. And the applicant must provide environmental compliance approval application before any rezoning would be allowed or any shovels in the ground. So this is a conversation about rezoning in a vacuum about who the user is going to be. We are more than concerned that these provisions are interesting, but we don't know who the applicant is going to be and how it's going to be used and how those particular pieces are going to be met to reduce or to remove a holding provision. Next page, please. So regarding the staff recommendations, the proponent will also be required to submit a site plan application. I assume that's all good, but the permitted uses of transport terminal, warehouse, accessory business, or professional offices. That opens up a can of worms when we don't know who the user is. Staff further recommended that only the uses proposed by the applicant are permitted on the site. Existing zoning provisions include a variety of highway commercial uses that are not appropriate on the site with the proposed uses. The bylaw also prohibits certain types of uses that may be appropriate, that may not be appropriate or compatible, including truck washing, repair, or removal. So all this suggests that the site plan changes and implications be built into any rezoning proposal to mitigate issues in the event that future severances and sale of property to new owners. That the future storage restrictions ensure that no hazardous materials stored on the property, given it be directly adjacent to residential areas. And then we ask you to seriously consider how we greet people when they enter Aberfoyle. On my last slide, please, and I'll turn it over to Cam. As a community, we believe that the direction of Aberfoyle and the vision we have for it will be influenced by incremental decisions. Just as you were talking about traffic, shaping what we will look like in the future. And we believe this particular decision is a major one as to what Aberfoyle will look like. Thank you very much.
My name is Cam McConnell. Good to see you all this morning. Thank you, council, staff, Mr. Mayor. Oh, I am at 97 Aberfoyle Mill Crescent. The first image you see is a square peg being driven into a round hole. And that's because that's kind of always how we felt about this right from the very beginning. It's being rezoned. That's the beginning. We wouldn't be here if that wasn't the intent from the very start. There's a lot of things wrong at a high level. But I talk to a lot of people and if you want to go to the next slide, a lot of people always say to me, well, why isn't government run like business? And my response has always been, basically, people don't know much about either that say that. They either don't have enough knowledge or respect for government, or they've never worked in a business, because people make bad decisions in both places. That's been my experience. It happens all the time. Now, here, what I really see is dedicated people trying to do what's best for the township. From the town, from the property buyer, for their company, for our community. I don't think we're actually at odds. We're actually trying to row in the same direction, but it just doesn't seem to come off that way at this point. So indulge me. On the next slide, I refer to as ashtrays on airplanes, because a lot of my life has been business travel. But I know that those ashtrays didn't just get there. There was a lot of technical and engineering went into those ashtrays ending up at the end of your armrest. There was airplane manufacturers that had to configure the planes. There was policy for the airline, and there was
multinational policy even for regulatory agencies. And yet we lived with smoke in our cabins for decades. And every time I fly now, they still start with a warning about smoking. Well, that's everybody doing what they think is the right job. That's everybody ticking all the right boxes. And that's everybody missing the forest for the trees. And that's how I've felt, that's how we've all felt, that that's where this was going. We have become, next slide, please. We have become a tick the box culture. And it's not just here, it's in a lot of places. It's become dehumanizing in terms of the decision-making process, unless you happen to be an amphibian on that lot. But the human element seems to have fallen by the wayside. In an overzealous focus on rules and regulations rather than issues and people. It's a very good market for consultants. There's no question about it. But how is it that people are just noise receptors? The trucking parking lots become the buffer zone to the trucking company itself. The backup beepers somehow don't make noise and aren't considered. And I found out a week ago that in order to pass your driver's test for a semi, you have to sound your alarm when you back up. You don't get your license if you don't sound your alarm. Well, that's not in any of these things. So you don't have beepers, you don't have alarms, you have an idling diesel engine. This is not seeing the big picture about a trucking lot. Not part of any of our studies is my point, and yet that's what we hear every day when people are backing up. That's the reality of things. And that's to tick the box culture. Next page on tick the box. How is another trucking company going to diversify the tax base? More trucking isn't an appropriate mix of land use. It's more of the same. It's more of what we've got. It's more of that slippery slope, the frog in the boiling water of incrementalism. Brock Road was intended to serve high volumes of traffic, and yet the mayor's phone blows up every day. All the roads were designed the way they were designed, and everybody knows that traffic's a problem everywhere. We've even heard it this morning at great length. It's a huge problem, but it's not a problem in the traffic study for this project. How is that possible? That we have a 1 second delay, and yet everybody in this room knows, and your phone blows up about traffic constantly. And Gilmore is no different than what we talked about earlier. That's just the reality. Did any traffic consultants actually observe the off ramps on the 401? Did anyone have breakfast, have pancakes down in Morriston, and then try to leave the parking lot with a fireman, a firefighter who's trying to get to the Bushlands Fire Hall? Just try it. They have a great breakfast, but God help you when you pull out onto 6. And those are where our firefighters come from, at least half of them. That's not part of any study. It's not part of any thinking. It's not part of any logic. We just tick the box. But we don't live in a box. We live in this community. Even the roundabouts, I love them. But I haven't talked to a trucker that says they were designed for trucking. They never were. Everyone knows that. They're designed for automobiles, and they work great eventually for automobiles. Current state of the trucking industry. Well, as recently as last week, the rate card on Toronto to Montreal went from $1,100 to $750. We are in a mess in that industry right now. The revenues are plummeting. The companies are in a lot of trouble. And frankly, all I hear about is how bad the neighbors are with trucking companies. Now, I hear more of it in Milton and Caledon and Brampton, but you don't have to go far. And this gentleman right behind me is from the trucking industry newsletter, and we spent some time together. It's a common problem. It's unlikely we're going to find a good neighbor. Wellington seemed to be about as good as we could hope to get, and we didn't want that. So if Wellington aren't in the room now, God help us, because I don't know what's coming next. There are a lot of driver safety issues, and there's a lot of challenging periods ahead. There's going to be massive consolidation in that industry because of recent changes. There was a gouging during the pandemic, and that is over. It isn't the same game anymore, and we're not talking about the same industry any longer. Next slide, please. Everybody talks about NIMBY. It's already come up. I've seen it on Facebook. But here's the reality. Yeah, no planner, no council member lives where we live. No Wellington Group employee lives. I'm saying Wellington because obviously I thought they were going to be in the room. Both the CEO and the president of Wellington couldn't live in Audrey Meadows. They had to move to a private lot, 42 acres, to have the kind of privacy and seclusion they wanted. Neither would live next to where they're locating the trucking. Neither would. They've moved in the opposite direction. And no consultant lives anywhere near the lot. But we do. No one else does. So that's why we're here, pleading with you to do the right thing. Because the wrong decision, next slide, can't be undone. We already have commercial zoning. We endorse it. We were all for it. Keep it the way it is. I know the planning department says there's no such thing as a buffer. Well, it's a buffer to us. We consider it a buffer from industrial. So we're fine with that. Develop. We're not opposed, never have been. We ask the landowner, move on and continue to develop commercially, because we're never going to stop fighting industrial zoning. So we ask you to be visionary. We ask you to continue to be the community that cares, which is what we heard about just earlier today. But what's next? My questions now, I don't know who I put them to, except maybe Pierre on my last slide. So what if Wellington Freight really are out? Then what would be planned for the properties? How will it be developed? Will a new buyer be held to similar conditions, improvements? Will the business hour restrictions still exist that we seem to reconcile? Will a new buyer build the same or similar infrastructure on that same lot? Because that's been everything that everything's been based on that, nothing else. Or could a new owner just build a tiny office and fill the lot with tractors and trailers? And are we right back to the same god-awful situation you hear about in Brampton and Caledon and everywhere else? Now, I lived in Caledon for, I think, 17 years. And I watched that change. And I'm telling you, it's not a pretty sight, even for all the people that I know there still. And it's really, it's happened slowly. It's happened slowly and it's a nightmare. And I think we're still in a position where we can prevent that nightmare. But what reasonable development is planned for that lot if Wellington are no longer here in this room? Because that's a complete game changer for everything we've talked about. We made a lot of progress and now you might as well just, after 600 hours of preparation, you might as well just shred it all, because now I don't know what's going on. So I guess my question is to Pierre and the landowner. And I'm done. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm gonna start with Cam. Within your statement that half of our firefighters are coming from Morrison area. And I understand you're trying to draw attention to, or my understanding is that you're trying to draw attention to response times. for our firefighters if, more traffic in this
Well, in this
application.
corridor, they gotta get to the fire hall.
I'd like to ask you, do you know for a fact that half of our firefighters
I
are
was told
residing
by a
in?
firefighter. It could be wrong.
I would look to our staff, having lived in the area of Morrison for 40 of my 46 years. I would be confident in stating that that is not factual.
But you live there, so you know what the traffic's like.
So I know what the traffic's like, but I have troubles when what you're trying to say to this council is that if we approve this, we're gonna have a detriment to our community because we're going to delay half of our firefighters responding to the fire hall. I don't think that's a factual statement.
Is it gonna improve it?
Yeah, you made a statement that if we approve this, it's gonna affect half of our firefighters. I don't
It's
think
gonna
that's
affect
true.
our response times, whether your math is half or 40% or 32%. It's going to negatively impact response time so long as they're,
That's not what you presented, Cam. So I'm just clarifying what you
well, I'm
presented.
presenting that now.
You also stated that, the property has commercial zoning in place and that, and I'm maybe misquoting you, but you're supportive of that. So what you're saying is that your group is supportive of the uses that's currently approved on that property, all inclusive.
Commercial highway has been indicated by the township early on, yes.
Because there is quite a plethora of uses that land is currently zoned and that would be approved. No, hold on. Yeah. This white box.
I read the list. We read
Can
the
you
list.
stop interrupting? I know it's a passionate thing. Trying to just get some clarification because you make statements to this council. And I want to make sure that they're clear, okay? So. Would you just, so we may not need to read them all off, but there is, looks to be 10 or 12 different uses that are currently under the zoning bylaw. If an applicant were or somebody were to purchase this property and apply for a building permit or something to honor one of these uses, what would that process be? Would there be a public engagement or would it just be dealt with at the staff level?
So through you, Mr. Chair, if the proposed use complied with the existing zoning, there would be no public consultation. It would go to site plan control, which is approved at a staff level, and from there it would go to building permit.
And occasionally at site plan control, it has been bumped up to the council level, at staff level might be contentious or there's.
So through you, Mr. Chair, the new legislations under the Planning Act require it to be a staff decision, but it doesn't preclude council from commenting on the applications, correct?
Right, so some of these uses on here bring concern to myself because there was such a broad spectrum. So I just want clarity on that.
Can I ask a question?
No, not right now, sorry. The last statement that I found from yourself was the god awful situation in Brampton with the trucking industry. It's a pretty broad brush to paint every trucking operator in Brampton as god awful, and that's how I received it. However, we do have poor operators that then give everybody a bad reputation. So, and we have across all industries, we have good operators, we have poor operators. But the statement to say that they're all bad coming out of Brampton is to this council, I think is troublesome. So, I wouldn't, if this zoning were approved as presented, it doesn't mean that 100% chance that if an operator other than Wellington coming to this community would be a bad operator. So I thought that was a bit bold. So just wanted to verify that. I will thank you for your time. I know it's been passionate here and we're all trying, as you alluded to, I can't remember, right? It was yourself, Cam, spoke to government versus business, and you are 100% correct in that we're trying to do the best job we can out here. I, for one, I do not have when I became, I was because I was passionate about our community and I wanted to get involved. I didn't have degrees behind my name, and I just learned as I went, and I try to do the best I can. The others around this table have different backgrounds, and again, just volunteer because they want to help the community. So I appreciate your acknowledgement of that, and I'll turn it over to council now for if they have comments or questions for the delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did not have any questions of the delegates. I'll be saving my questions of staff for wait till the report comes forward.
We're doing that next, correct? This one, thanks. Thank you, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a direct question to the delegate, but sorry, one of you brought up a question that maybe staff can just clarify. So there was a lot of concern that or the question I think you were wondering is if the application is approved as presented, does a lot of that, does everything stay with the property? And so I think that's a question you have not had answered, and I'm just wondering if staff can comment on that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, and if our planner has anything to add, it zones the land. So the land is zoned through the bylaw that's being presented today. So it, ownership could change hands and the zoning remains.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing from that is all the details and all the work that has already gone into it, your 600 hours of planning and everything, but all the details in the bylaw will remain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Bruno.
Yeah, I don't have any specific questions either, but I do just want to take a minute and sincerely thank you for your presentation today and your comments, but not only by yourselves, by everyone who has taken the time and put work into speaking and writing about the concerns and ideas. You have added some comments and concerns today that I will be asking for a little bit of clarification afterwards. But I wanted to recognize that I hear you, that you put a lot of work into it. We've seen the work you put into it, and engaging with council. And I know that the process of moving through these reports and deciphering them, I know firsthand is definitely not easy. I feel that you've put in a lot of really good feedback. You've done it in a very professional and rational way. And at least for me, it has been impactful. So I don't have any questions, but I want to recognize each and every person that's taking the time to engage and provide feedback.
Just asking Ms. Whitefox to bring up your slide from your presentation. I know there was questions embedded in your presentation, but these ones were specific. It's not sharing. Okay. I just want them to be able to see it. I'd like either council, or if it gets to my opportunity, I'm going to ask Mr. Chauvin to address these questions for you. So is this the priority of questions that you have? Okay, so well, I'm sure council or myself will bring that up. So thank you for your time and thank you for your passion and the work you put into dealing with this file, and we'll have Mr. Chauvin come up and we'll continue the conversation. Thank you very much. We receive it. Yes.
The council received a delegation by Alistair McCluskey and Cam McConnell regarding report PD 2023-004 zoning bylaw amendment application recommendation report for 128 Rock Road South for information.
Gonna move for that, please. Councillor Bailey, second Councillor Spoulos, all in favor? That's carried. And I believe we're on to the rezoning application, correct? What item number is that? 9.4.1, Mr. Chauvin. Or who's going first? Is Zach going again, or should we just get right into Mr. Chauvin? Yeah. Here, as you likely heard, I was going to ask you to address these ones, but I don't know if you had something prepared that you want to as state to council prior, or would you just dive into the slide deck?
I guess, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public. I really didn't have anything to say unless I can respond to these questions, but I do want to take a moment to thank the delegates and the members of the public. Certainly hear the passion and the concerns. I think what has been brought before you as a staff recommendation is a reflection of what we heard. And I think, I'd like to thank the community because we probably wouldn't have, I think it's a very well written bylaw. It addresses a lot of the issues and concerns that the residents have raised. And to the point of the question here, that zoning, as Ms. White Fox noted, carries with the land. It doesn't change with the ownership. The ownership can change 10 times over. That zoning will be in place as long as it's until it's amended again. I would draw the parallel to a residential, a single detached dwelling. One could rent that dwelling. One can own that dwelling. We don't typically zone who lives in that dwelling. It's just a dwelling. And that's how zoning works. There's a common legal fact that we don't people zone. And that's the same thing here. We zone the use and not the people or the tenants within that use. We zone a commercial building, not a Walmart. We zone a truck terminal or a truck warehouse, not a Wellington truck terminal. So whether it's Wellington, whether it's Mr. Mann who owns the property, who leases it out to somebody else, it's still the same zoning. And the zoning that we crafted restricts certain uses such as the chemical storage, the washing. It only permits, it's eliminating all those other uses that are currently in the highway commercial, as you alluded to, Mr. Mayor, that are probably things you would want to see. And it's only going to limit the uses that we've asked for: warehouse, office, and truck terminal, subject to a holding provision, which asks us to get site plan approval, where we get into details of, as Mr. Trupke noted, in terms of fencing, landscaping. We'll get into those details. And other, I don't have them in front of me, other requirements under the holding will have to be addressed before it comes back to you again to lift that holding provision. So this isn't the end of the road. For this application, we still need to go through site plan. We still need to address those other criteria under that holding provision. And we will still be working with the county and other review agencies to address those concerns. And I'll just reiterate, I think a lot of those requirements are in large part because of what we heard from the members in the public here. So I'd just like to thank them for all those comments, because I think it may not be perfect, and I agree, the planning world is very difficult sometimes to understand. It's more complex than it needs to be. And there's a lot of technical aspects that come into making decisions. I think that's why there are experts that review these and prepare these reports, and they're reviewed by other experts. And we'll come forward with a bylaw that I believe is supportable and is, in my opinion, good planning. Thank you.
Thanks, Pierre. And would you indulge me and just work through that slide deck for council, please?
So what if Wellington Freight exited the deal? So I think I mentioned that. I think if anybody moves in there, they'll still be bound by the same zoning bylaw that's in place. They'll still have to do a site plan, get it approved by the township, et cetera. How might it be developed? Again, we have the requirements of the bylaw are pretty specific in terms of hours of operation, those types of things. Again, there's a requirement in the respect to the holding provision that we need site plan approval. So again, we'll need to get that approved, site plan approved by the municipality, which will deal with the access locations, the noise wall, all those things, all those studies that we've done to support what we've already proposed before you come to life. Will the new buyer be held in the same conditions? I think I answered that. Yes, they would be. Again, they're both bound by the zoning bylaw, which carries with the land. Business hour restrictions, those are embedded in your bylaw for you today. And so again, that'll be carried forward regardless who the owner is. And how will the township police those hours? Well, it becomes, unfortunately, it's a bylaw enforcement issue. It's an enforcement issue. If there are complaints, then they'll have to be enforced by the township. Ideally, there's no issues, but that's really how it works for anybody. Will a new buyer build the same or similar infrastructure on a lot? Again, yes, the intention is to build exactly what was presented before you. Whether it's Wellington or somebody else, that's exactly what all the studies were prepared for based on that particular site plan. If there's any deviations to that, then we may have to go back and change things. And believe you me, I don't think anybody wants to come back here and make changes that are probably resultant of a change in the use. So the intention is, the full intention is to proceed again with what has been proposed before you already. And as I noted before, the site plan will work through those details through the site plan process with township and county staff. Could a new owner build a small office or fill the rest of the lot with tractors and trailers? Could they build a smaller office? Yes, the bylaw only specifies a maximum. So we could build a smaller office and there'd be fewer cars or no office. It could just be the warehouse. In fact, the intention was always to build the warehouse first and then the office. It could be phased that way.
Just I'll pause you real quick. Could they not build the warehouse and just pave it? And I think that's the intent of the question, just make one giant parking lot.
Good question. I think the bylaw would. I think the way it's worded is a warehouse permitted in the truck terminal. I think I'd have to look at how that is defined. I don't think we got into it. I defer maybe to Mr. Prince. I don't have in front of me how that is defined or how we are defining that. I don't believe, again, our intention is to build this as per the site plan that was presented before you. And at the end of the day, the holding provision is bound by an approved site plan by the municipality. So, but again, I think it's tied into the definition of what a truck terminal is. I don't have that handy in front of me, whether that includes a building. Sorry, I can't answer that particular question, Zachary.
We'll have to do that.
What reasonable commercial development is feasible? I think that's more of a question for yourself, whether what you want to say.
I just wanted to work through the data. That's perfectly fine if response. Just let me finish reading. Okay. All right, thank you, Bill. Sorry. It's council, no, ma'am, no, unfortunately, at this point in the application, the process is the applicant's agent and council. Engagement from the gallery is not permitted, other than the delegation that was before us earlier.
Wow.
Thank you. All right, now open up the council. Councilor Willis.
Yes, I'd like to follow up with our county planners, with respect to the issue raised there, can a new owner build a small office and fill the rest with tractors and trailers?
Through the chair, there is a site-specific provision that we have in there for minimum gross floor area for a warehouse and a transport terminal. That's at 3,000 square meters. So if a transport terminal is proposed, the minimum building size is in the site-specific zone for this property.
I have a series of other questions, Mr. Mayor, Zach, and then of our staff.
Can I ask a brief question?
Absolutely.
The minimum of 3,000 square meters, what does that equate to, Pierre? Can you come back up here, Bill? Thanks. So what would that equate to versus what the original site plan sketch showed?
Through the chair, the maximum gross floor area we have in the zoning bylaws, 25,000 square meters. So that includes the office space as well too. So I'm not exactly sure on the size of the building for just the warehouse proposed.
So what does 3,000 square feet work out to be in square feet? I'm not.
30,000.
So for 30,000 square foot, and I believe the original application spoke to 200,000. Okay, I just wanted to, okay, that's all I want.
Mr. Prince, can you comment on the applicability of this zoning bylaw change with conformance with the official plan and the provincial legislation?
Through the chair, the official plan designation for this property allows for both industrial and commercial uses on the property. So that's the special policy area that applies to this property and many others along Brock Road. So either industrial or commercial is permitted in the official plan.
Okay, and can you comment with respect to the provincial legislation? Can you comment please with respect to provincial legislation, the places to grow, was three piece of legislation that you cite in the report?
Through the chair. The provincial legislation talks about rural employment uses, which is what this is considered. Because there are no municipal services, it's in the rural area. That provides its own restrictions as well too, but because the property is already designated in the official plan, therefore the provincial policies are met regarding the designation. The provincial policies also talk about land use compatibility, which is in the official plan policies, and that's what's discussed in the report pretty extensively.
There, I have a question of our CAO. Hey, would you please advise on the next possible steps of decision is to not approve or approve the staff report? We can just go either way, and what would be some possible scenarios after?
Certainly. So through you, Mr. Chair, and again, I'd just like to state, speaking generally, I don't presume to know what council, how council will vote on this matter, and I also don't presume to know the actions of any parties involved in relation to the appeal process, should that take place. So it's just generally speaking on process. So should council decide to refuse the application today or in the future if it is deferred, it's important to understand that there are appeal rights under the Planning Act. So any decision of council can be appealed, whether they refuse an application, defer it, or approve it. It is appealable under the Planning Act to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So although council is responsible to make that decision, they are not the final decision maker. That is the Ontario Land Tribunal. So that's an important thing in the process to understand, that council may choose to approve, defer, or refuse, but ultimately the OLT will have the final say. So should council choose to refuse an application, they would be required to identify the merits of their refusal. So why was it refused? Where did it not meet applicable policy, environmental requirements, etc.? They would have to identify why they are refusing it. This becomes particularly difficult when they have reports prepared that are supportive of the use. In particular, when they are township consultants that are supporting and are satisfied with the use. And the reason why that becomes difficult is because the township would need to retain another set of consultants to review the application on their behalf in relation to the appeal. And there is no guarantee that the second set of consultants, whether that be an independent planner, hydrogeologist, would agree with council's decision to refuse. They may come to the same conclusion that township staff and planners have already come to. So it just becomes a very complicated matter, specifically when the application is being supported by staff and consultants. And so just a little bit about the OLT, you are required to have those individuals that have those professional designations provide that information on behalf of whether it's a third party appellant or the township. You are also required to obtain legal counsel. So in general, tribunal appeals are expensive. In the township's case, those would be paid for by the taxpayer. In the opposite, so should council approve an application, in that case, again, many people have appeal rights. It would be third party appeal rights in this case, as well as the owner, depending on what the provisions of the bylaw were and whether they agreed with them or not. Likewise, for a third party, the same rules apply to third parties or the owner. They would have to identify the merits of why they are appealing to the tribunal. There's set timelines, there's a fee. You would also have to obtain your consultants. Again, no guarantee they're going to agree with what you're appealing and the merits of your appeal. That would be up to their independent professional discretion as they review the application. And you would be expected to participate in that appeal process at the OLT, again, obtain legal counsel. It's costly on all sides. So those are kind of the processes, and for every rezoning application is subject to the same process. So I'm just speaking generally, obviously with this application. It is complicated in respect to how council would decide potentially, because we do have positive recommendations through our staff report. I hope that answers.
It does, so just one specific other question, supposing that we refuse it and the owner does not appeal, what would be the next steps that the owner could take?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so there is an appeal period. If it lapses and no appeals are submitted, then a new application could be brought forward, and that's generally it's for every property. It's just what could happen. So another development proposal could come forward. It could be different. It could be the same. It's really, there's any planning applications are accepted in general.
And the concern for me is there is no guarantee of the conditions that we have here will be available in the subsequent application.
So through you, Mr. Chair, right, if there was a new application made, we would have no knowledge of what that application would be.
So they could want 24/7 operation type of thing, and we'd have to go through the same process.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, there's a new application could come forward that could include very different requests for the use. It may or may not include hours of operations, things like that. It would be brand new.
Okay, moving on, the fact that we refuse it and the owner does not appeal. Could you please comment on the new legislation that came into effect July 1st? What does that do in terms of the process, timelines, and public consultation specifically?
Yes, thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. As of July 1st, any new applications that are submitted are subject to the timelines under the Act. So in this case, you're looking at a zoning amendment. You have 90 days to process that application from start to finish. And so what the 90 days indicates is if the township exceeds that, it's appealable to the OLT. And you also, the township's also responsible to provide the applicant with a prorated refund for each amount of time that we exceed the 90 days. In general, the legislation is intended to not expedite, but keep the planning process moving. And there would be refund obligations by the township if it didn't meet those timelines.
And the last question, this concern raised about severances. Can you comment on the zoning bylaw with respect to severances?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I might defer to our planner for that because I believe it is included in the draft bylaw.
Through the chair, we do have a minimum lot area on the site specific policy, and that lot area is 14 acres, which is the size of the lot. So any use, well, the uses that are proposed in site specific can only exist on this lot when it's 14 acres in size. So no severance. If they were to sever, they would need to amend the zoning bylaw to allow new uses, that sort of thing on there as well.
And sorry to interject, so if that scenario were to come forward, then that would put them not in compliance with their zoning because they wouldn't have the 14 acres, and how would that be dealt with? So it'd be 2 zoning amendments?
Through the chair, yes, it would be some kind of zoning relief to recognize an even smaller lot area than what's proposed here in the site specific.
Can I go?
Absolutely.
So if that scenario were to play out, Zach, and an application came forward, now whoever it is, wants to operate a trucking terminal on, say it's 9 acres, they've tried to sever 6. I don't. Delineation of these hypothetical severances. Is that defensible to decline something like that? If there was a severance now to reduce the acreage from 14 down to 9 and township say, no way, Jose? Or Or is that another situation where LPAT would likely approve it? I don't even know if you could answer that.
Through the chair, because every application is so different, I think if someone was to apply for severance, we would maybe ask for a zoning bylaw amendment again, and we'd be right back here again, trying to figure out if it's appropriate or not on an even smaller lines.
Generally speaking, when you looked at the 14 acres as a proposed trucking terminal, did you feel that was, you know, a plethora of land, or I don't know if you can answer this either, or did you feel we're getting close to the minimum size for this type of use?
Through the chair, in combination with the maximum gross floor area that we have proposed, so the minimum lot area and the maximum gross floor area, and then reviewing all the information that's provided, it is our opinion that this is appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Freight.
I'd like to heard from our CEO on the options available. Should this be approved or not approved? And I think that what we have now in the draft bylaw gives us the best we can achieve for this particular property without going the risk of going back out and getting something that does not provide the protection that we have currently with the zoning bylaw. So accordingly, I will be supporting the staff recommendations.
Councilor Scholes, Councilor Bailey.
Thank you. I guess I just wanted to follow up with a few of the details. I just wanted absolute clarification that the proposed bylaw is still accurate as presented and nothing's changed.
So through you, Mr. Chair, nothing has changed in the bylaw. It's being presented as is. And I will show on my screen, we've made a couple changes just to the date and time and things like that. There was one error with the number 14 that should be the number 15. They're administrative errors, and I'll ensure to show that to council before it's considered, just so you can see those minor little administrative changes.
Okay, thank you. And then I've noted in the holding provision that you've used the word, the owner shall, and then at the end it says the applicant. And I'm just wondering if there's a distinction in the wording of that.
Through the chair. The last item there, that was a request from the source water protection team to have that in there. So you're right, it doesn't reflect the owner shall. I think whether it's the owner or the applicant, I'm not sure if it really makes a difference. That is kind of interchangeable in our mind. I think the idea behind that is the owner actually has to make an application for an environmental compliance approval. So I think that's really what is meant by the applicant, is the person that is applying for the ECA. So I would have to be the owner of the property or the consultant.
Okay, just wondering about that. Then I know the delegate brought up concern about future storage restrictions and wanting no hazardous materials stored on site. Can you speak to whether that's in the bylaw?
Through the chair. There isn't a specific prohibition on all hazardous uses. There are other restrictions that exist. The building code has restrictions for what you can store inside. I'm not exactly sure on those details, but in terms of outdoor prohibited uses, we are proposing that the storage of fuel is not permitted. And sorry, through the chair, there's also prohibited uses generally that apply across the township on all properties as well.
So what would the process be if we wanted to add that to the bylaw today about restricting hazardous materials stored on site?
So through you, Mr. Chair, it may be helpful if I just bring up the existing bylaw. We do have a very restricted in all zones section that does, as our planner has indicated, restrict that across the township. So it is covered off generally in the zoning bylaw.
So I believe what you're saying is that to amend this bylaw would be a duplication.
Correct. It would be a duplication. It's
Okay.
covered off.
Okay. So I guess I'm just making sure that is in there and that we've acknowledged what the delegate asked for. And then just to follow up, if you can clarify, I know we were, source water protection was going to be enacting a bylaw to require a flow meter to monitor the quality use. Is that also in writing in there already? Or is that at the next stage?
Through the chair, that's included in the holding provision, so this. We're still trying to figure out exactly what that's going to look like, whether it's through a separate agreement with the owner or whether it's through the site plan process, but the holding bylaw provision, the way it's worded, gives us flexibility to see how that does get implemented, but the fact that it's in the holding bylaw provision means that it has to get implemented somehow. We just need to sort of what exactly that looks like with the source water protection staff and the owner and township staff.
So that's in there. And then just following up with the minimum warehouse side. Is there movement with being able to increase the minimum at this point?
Yeah, through the chair, there's a similar industrial application that has the same minimum requirement that was deemed appropriate, so that's where the 3,000 square meters comes from.
But we could change it today if we wanted to.
To the chair, if it was council's decision to increase that or decrease that.
You should speak to, I was gonna ask the same question, speak to if we just arbitrarily say, we want 500,000 square feet. The consequences of doing something like that.
Through the chair, I mean, part of it is the owner and the applicant as well too. If it's size that is unreasonable, then I mean, there's the opportunity for the owner to appeal that decision as well too.
That's
So
what I was
this-
looking for. So if we change the minimum, the owner could appeal that decision, and then we have to go to the LPAT and defend the increase minimum requirement for the warehouse.
Through the chair, yes, potentially. I mean, the owner could appeal regardless. Yeah.
It's the defense portion that's more difficult because it's a decision by council versus having something factual or something to point to that says that warrants the increase.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank you.
Why don't I actually didn't do it. I understood it. But
I've been writing my thoughts here, so I get through it properly. I guess to start, for me, walking into this meeting today, I didn't really actually quite know what to be expecting. We were asked to defer the decision at a prior meeting while some of the details were worked out internally. And then the report reappeared on our agenda, but there was no change or update or indication as to whether those internal issues had been sorted out. So for me, I found it difficult to prepare for today and for making decisions because I felt like there was a piece of the puzzle missing. So, the application is moving forward. It's not been clear whether Wellington Motor Freight will be the operator or not. And, although as council, when we look at rezoning, as you mentioned, we need to look at the use, not the user. I think that it's at least fair to say that in this case, a significant amount of weight was placed on the reputation and the word and commitments that Wellington Motor Freight was committing to us. We have community members who have invested a significant amount of time reviewing, listening, commenting, advocating, all with the understanding that it was Wellington Motor Freight who was looking to be their neighbor. And I guess I have to say that finding out only today without any kind of advance notice or warning or anything that the trust that they were asked to put in Wellington Motor Freight may no longer be the case as a good corporate neighbor. It just doesn't come across as very transparent. So I guess that's my statement on that. All that being said, once again, we have to look at the use, not the user, when making decisions. And as our CAO has mentioned, as council, we are legislated to have a very narrow focus when considering these applications. That definitely makes things difficult and complicated. I did just have a few questions that I wanted to ask staff. It's being recommended that a holding provision be applied to the property. And I know that the report speaks to what a holding provision is, but just so that the public has a clear understanding of what a holding provision entails and the process of lifting that holding provision, would you be able to provide a bit of an explanation as to what that process is?
Through the chair. The holding provision, it's another planning tool that gets applied to a property. It's fairly narrow into how it can be applied, and that is that there has to be technical items that can be addressed in the future, or that we believe can be addressed. However, it does guarantee that some things do happen on the site. For example, the water flow meters, a good example that was brought up by the public, and something that we've considered here as staff, and that we think is a good idea to be installed. And that is something that we'll have to at least have an agreement in place that happens on the site in order for this development to proceed. So the holding bylaw guarantees that does happen, and that it's implemented, and just gives additional comfort to some technical items that can still be addressed.
Zach, as part of the holding provision and the flow meter, I know you mentioned the details of that are still being worked out. But the flow meter, I understand that the details of what that will look like are still being worked out, but I guess my question is the flow meter is only beneficial if we have access to the results of that flow meter. So I guess I'm just looking for a bit of an understanding as to, is the flow meter being installed to be monitored by the user, or will we have access to that?
Through the chair, the intent is that the township and source water protection staff would have access to that, and then could use that for future decision making.
Okay. Another question I had is in regards to the concern about traffic, specifically on Gilmore Road and the proposed employees and friends. Wellington Motor Freight at the time was agreeable to a workshop configuration of that road, as well as an internally driven sort of policy to prohibit their employees to turn right on Gilmore Road out of the parking lot. I just want to double check that staff feel confident that this can still be adequately incorporated into the site plan control through site plan control and permit and.
Through the chair, by having the site plan control as a holding bylaw provision, I think that the decisions that council makes are kind of embedded in that process. So I think what you mean is the ability not to turn right leaving the site, right? And that isn't in the text of the bylaw, but because we have been discussing it so much, that's something that staff would definitely try to apply it at the site plan stage. If the application was revised at the site plan stage, which is also a possibility, the applicant had indicated that the warehouse would be secured from the employee section, and if that modified kind of the traffic flows, the traffic numbers, we could ask for an updated traffic impact study through the site plan process as well too, if the application was to change dramatically.
And I guess sort of follow-up question to that is it's similar along the same lines. The backup beepers that Wellington Motor Freight had agreed to use the I don't know the right terminology, but the kind of beepers that is less loud. Again, is that something that we can still be incorporating into the site plan control?
Through the chair, yes. So the backup beepers resulted in a larger noise wall, and then that larger noise wall is what has been reflected in the holding bylaw provision that be implemented at the site plan stage.
And the last question I had. Is maybe just more like a question. When the noise study was done, it was done under the assumption that the building was going to be 50 meters tall. So just, I guess my question is, if the height increases, does the noise study get redone, or is there a mechanism to site plan that limits the height of 50 meters? I'm just not entirely clear as to when, if there's changes from what we've seen now to what we end up with, how those get implemented and addressed.
Through the chair, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, it is possible that the site plan does change a little bit. And we'll have to do another pre-consultation process with the applicant before they submit the site plan. As part of that, there is kind of an initial review. So if there are changes, then we can request an updated noise study, an updated traffic study, that sort of thing, through the site plan. If everything is presented the same, then it would look very similar to what was proposed at the zoning stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Goya. I'm gonna bounce around a little bit, but I agreed with the delegation on the appearance of the chain link fence with the barbed wire. And I'm assuming that's to provide like a secure area for, you know, warehousing or whatever. So I guess the first question would be to staff. No, I'm gonna ask Pierre, is there other methods of securing the property without having it appear as a chain link fence with barbed wire?
Yeah, here, Mr. Mayor, I was trying to find the site plan and maybe Zach has it in front of me. It's been a while since I looked at it. I don't recall the chain link fence on the property. Also, there is a chain link. There was intention to have the truck area where the trucks were being stored to be fenced for safety. And, but in terms of along the frontage along Brock Road, I don't believe that was the intent. And ultimately, this is a site plan matter that will be. Hopefully, if there's no need for a fence from a safety or security perspective, then the desired ultimately the township decides on the landscape plan and what it looks like. And obviously, we don't want to create a street front that's not appealing. And I'm sure the township will not want to approve that. So it's something that we will address through the site plan approval process. But to your point about the safety, for sure, there is a safety element, and there was intention to secure that where the trucks were. But beyond that, I don't recall if there was a specific fence all the way around Brock. I don't know. You have the site plan. Exactly. Speak to that.
Yeah, through the chair, I just have the most recent site plan and there isn't this chain link on it. I do just know in the presentation that was the original version of the site plan. So I'm not sure that may have been the case, but definitely on the latest version, it does not have that chain link fence on Gilmore.
So what reassurance would council have that, you know, once, if zoning is approved and, whatever owner comes forward and they propose a chain link fence with barbed wire around the property for security purposes, you have the tools in your toolbox to say, you know, either point the CIP for aesthetic reasons or something to know we don't want a chain link fence with barbed wire. You got to just build a 10-foot high wood fence. I don't know. Do you have anything that you...
Through the chair, I think some things we would consider is also that landscaping buffer. We would prefer to see the fence behind that buffer, so at least you have landscaping in front, at the very least. But in terms of tools, though, I think the township has a fortification bylaw. There's requirements through that for different fence types and how much you can secure property or not. I'm not sure if barbed wire is permitted or not in that, but I think fencing generally is allowed and encouraged in a lot of cases, but along Brock Road and Gilmore Road, through the urban design guidelines, the CIP, we definitely would try to discourage fencing along Brock Road.
Fencing in general or just fortification style fencing?
I mean, I would say both. Like, I think we would prefer to see landscaping along Brock Road.
Did you want to speak to? Maybe in the report or not. Does warehousing belong in industrial zoning or does it belong in commercial zoning?
Through the chair, generally warehousing is in the industrial zone.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the delegation a specific question and I just don't want to give you an opportunity on a big family. You spoke to industrial zoning as being a concern. Was that around the fact that it could open the door to other uses, or were you being concerned that it opened it to trucking terminals by having the industrial zoning?
Sure.
I believe that it's the trucking component that it opens the door to. I mean, if this property becomes one that is a parking lot for trucks, then we're back into the issue of the look, the feel, and everything else. Under commercial, there are things that I know that either you or we really like. But is it worse or better than having a trucking parking lot?
Okay, so
So the answer, so I'm trying to answer it a roundabout way.
it's the industrial zoning permitting trucking was the main concern.
Yes.
So oh, you sure.
And I'm just gonna build on that. Because we may have missed it, or I may have missed it, but the business plan that the business design that Wellington Trucking had also, it was very dependent on the distribution center for them to generate value as a company. I understood that. Their trucking volume is actually reasonably low, given the comparison to other trucking facilities. When you actually have numbers of trucks per day, it wasn't outrageous. In fact, when I first looked at it, I thought, how on earth are we gonna pay for this building? So the building design was what drove the numbers of trucks. And back to your question, so if we're not dealing with numbers of trucks in the bylaw, but rather size of building inside, then we still have a real huge problem. And it's really about the trucks and the noise
And that's where I'm working towards. I don't know if you're gonna be able to answer this. Trucking terminals without warehousing, could they be permitted in commercial zoning? That flies on you again.
Through the chair, again, generally it's in the industrial zone for trucking terminals that they're often permitted in the same sites. But
It's just in Portland, we have them in our industrial zone, but
that I can think of, I don't think they're in commercial zones.
okay. My concern is that trucking terminals, if one were proposed, this zoning bylaw doesn't go forward. I'm actually not gonna say it. I don't want to jeopardize a legal case. Back to the warehousing. The zoning bylaw is proposed. If the warehouse isn't built, can it become a trucking terminal?
Through the chair, the way the bylaws worded is it could be either one, the warehouse or trucking terminal, but it does have that minimum building size on it. So, but a warehouse and a trucking terminal are different, but they do have a lot of similarities in the zoning bylaw in terms of truck storage and maintenance and that sort of thing. We're also, just a reminder, we're eliminating the repair and the maintenance aspect of that transit.
I'll rephrase the question. Like, regardless of whether it's called warehousing or trucking terminal, in order for operations to happen on that piece of property, a minimum 3,000 square meter structure has to be built.
That's right.
And then it gets into no repair, as you just mentioned, but whether it's warehousing or just associated use as a trucking terminal, it's a 3,000 square foot meter. Now, leading on to that, this is zoning bylaw speaks to admin offices initially, then warehousing. If the 3,000 square meter structure is built, can the admin portion of the zoning bylaw be included in that 3,000 square meter, or does it have to be a separate structure? So what I'm trying to get to is, I'm trying to get both structures, because that's the most advantageous to township, to, I believe, the residents. So,
Yeah, through the chair, I think the way it's worded, the minimum gross floor area for transport terminal and or warehouse uses, like specifically those two uses, has to be 3,000 square meters. So I would read that those two uses have to be 3,000, and then an office would be in addition to that, or administrative type uses.
so what I'm trying to see, and I like that answer. So what you're saying is the 3,000 square feet as square meters as presented does not include the admin use.
Right.
So that way we don't get 20 or, half and half or something in one building. They may not build the admin center. They still have the permissions for it, but. Okay. Industrial. Let's work through here. Oh. Is the applicant willing to discuss an increase from the minimum square footage for the warehousing from the 3,000 square meters? We had Wellington Motor Freight come forward with a much larger structure, and it's now become apparent that we only have a minimum in place, and we have concerns from a very large group of citizens that this could turn into a larger parking lot with a lot more trucks, that from a company that doesn't do the majority of their work as brokerage. So that's the question.
Yeah, it's a great question. I'll have to, it's not one for me to answer. I think we're relying on sort of justification provided by Mr. Prince in terms of other precedents. I really didn't turn my attention to the minimum, but I have to turn to the owner, whether that's something that they're willing to increase. I don't know what you're suggesting in terms of an increase. If it's double, if it's slight increase.
So I'll pause there briefly and say, if council were to defer this application and ask that,
I'm seeing that the owner is willing to accept an increase, so. Yes, we can have that discussion and whatever the number is.
so the owner is willing to discuss some increases in minimums. Okay, so if that's the case, we would have to defer to that. You want to have the discussion and right here? I don't think that's advantageous to anyone.
But and maybe suggest, if I may, we can throw out a number, and discuss that.
I don't know if we can do that.
Through the chair, I mean, it was council's decision to increase the minimum. It's a council decision. Really, from a planning perspective, there's a similar industrial lot where we really wanted to clarify that minimum is required, and we just reflected that in this application.
I'm gonna take the wheelhouse here. How close to the original application with Wellington Motor Freight? Are you willing to come up here? Who's, somebody looks like the agent. Be the real, Bill. So my question would be, how close to the original application with Wellington Motor Freight in the mix to what was the square footage on the warehousing?
I believe it was 200,000 originally.
How close to 200,000? This is like,
We went to plan on submitting exactly what Wellington submitted, so that's what we're moving forward with right now.
so would you be amicable to raising the minimum to the 200,000, or, I mean, or would it be better to go a little less, just because I'm worried that if we say minimum 200,000, then we get into a site plan and all of a sudden it doesn't fit because of some unknown reason to me that they don't have any wiggle room. Could we go 150? And then that means they can shrink it if there's impacts on neighbors. a frown, whatever it is. I mean, look to Zach.
Yeah, through the chair, I mean, I think that's reasonable. Like, again, we have a maximum GFA and that includes all the uses, so definitely I think it should be less than that. Right, yeah, if it's 100, if it's 1,500 square meters, then
I understand the desire to have a minimum. It's really, the intent is to ensure that there's a building.
Yeah.
Get that. There's also a business element to this, obviously with anything like, economies change, you know, and, as it's occurred, perhaps, I'm not sure how factual that is, but it's changing or whatnot. And we don't want to tie future owner to something that they can't, it's not economic, that's what I'm trying to say. Having said that, I think, you know, what I'm saying, maybe the minimum could be half the amount, like 100,000, so it's 1,250. As opposed to the maximum.
You're going the wrong way.
Right?
You're going the wrong way. You're making it smaller at 1,250.
No, I mean 12,500.
Oh, gotcha.
Sorry, forgot a zero in there. 12,500, so the max is 25,000 square meters. So the minimum could be 12,500.
Okay, I'm gonna ask staff how to. The applicant is amicable to 12,500. I feel that helps address. Some of the concerns for the residents. How do we do that procedurally?
So through Mr. Chair, I can redraft a motion that indicates council is indicating that the bylaw is as amended, and then I can share that bylaw and draft on the screen so that everyone can see the change from the 3,000 to the 12,500.
For council to discuss it, do I need a member of council to put a motion forward to have us discuss Pierre Chauvin's recommendation that we?
That would be great. Yep.
I'll move that, the minimum, be set, 12,500 square meters.
Will be a seconder, so I'm looking this way. Mr. Gray, okay, I don't. You're good? We're gonna discuss it.
I can't speak on behalf of the owner, but the owner wanted this application submitted, because this is the plan. They want a larger building on the site, it's more valuable. Makes the land more productive.
I think raising the minimum helps address the concerns of more parking lot, less building for any future. I'm gonna actually back up a little bit. Just because Wellington isn't here today doesn't exclude them from becoming a tenant there in the future. It just means that they're not represented here today. They could still negotiate with the owner and yourselves.
Yep.
To become
And
tenants.
there might be another great opportunity to bring. We're having these other conversations, there's other industry that can come. We just don't want to be specific to that building. We like that building. That would be the plan of the application. We want a large building on the site. So that's why we moved forward, and we didn't want to cancel it and say resubmit this application. We're happy with that building. And that's why we chose to partner with Wellington. We allowed that application to come through, because we knew if Wellington got approved and they weren't here, we still have that application. We're fine with that.
So move, we have on the table, Council Schools.
I'm in favor of, upping the, minimum.
Mr. Field.
I think there's a benefit to upping the minimum, just to prevent less parking lot. Really.
Any concerns either procedurally or anything else from you, Zach, or Courtney on what we're doing right here?
no, through the chair, no concerns.
No concerns, and I do have the draft bylaw prepared whenever council's ready to review it.
Last chance.
That's not fun with it.
Okay, so we're dealing with the increasing the minimum as on the proposed bylaw first. That are just comments, so I'll just look around real quick. Anybody have any further? So all in favor of that component? Okay, so that's carried. Now we're gonna look at the bylaw in its entirety with the new minimum, correct? So
Yes, correct. I will put it up on the screen and I'll just highlight, the other sort of clerical amendments that we made. That's what we have it available. So, we revised the dates, so this wouldn't have been reflected in the bylaw that was included, with the draft, or with the report, sorry, in draft. And Zach, sorry, do you want to just help me a little bit with the couple of clerical revisions that we made? I think it was to this section here,
No,
farther down.
for section 15, section 13.
So section 15 instead of 14 was just amended. And then just earlier, we have our just right here, the minimum gross floor area for transport terminal and or warehouse uses, 12,500 square meters. Which was the increase from the 3,000 meter square.
There was there other clerical or you just went through them?
Yep, that was it.
Open up for comments one more time. It's an important topic, so. I suppose.
I have no other comments other than I think this is the best arrangement we can get under the circumstances. I understand the residents' concerns, but I think the application has addressed a lot of them, especially the noise. The operation is going to be 7 to 7, which I think is a big win. Other industrial facilities, as residents would be aware, it goes longer than that. There's also a big win with respect to noise bylaw. There's provincial legislation which stipulates you can have noise levels to a certain amount because of whatever industry uses are, but these people have gone beyond that and provided mitigation below that level. And with respect to the water quality and the water quality and quantity has been addressed adequately, I think, from my perspective. And I feel comfortable moving forward with this.
Thank you, Councilor Lewis. Councilor Bailey.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say thanks to the residents for coming forward. I mean, the application before us today is way different than it was originally. And that's thanks to all the work and the comments and the reading and everything that you've put in, the questions you've brought forward. It's kind of ironic that it's taken a zoning change to be able to give the input. You know, if something had been, if something had come forward that was already within the zone, you wouldn't have had a voice for it. We wouldn't have been able to ask for different things with traffic or water or any of the mitigation things. So it's kind of this, you know, from your perspective, it's not great that it's a zoning change, but it actually gave opportunity, you know, to put in a lot of different mitigation. So it's kind of this, this balance that we're dealing with. So I just wanted to thank you all for doing all the background work, and then to the applicant for being flexible and being able to work with it. So it's been quite the process. Anyway, I thank everyone for their participation.
Councilor, go ahead.
Don't have any additional comments. I echo the sentiments that have been expressed already. Here you go.
You said, you know. Yeah, I'm lucky to have such a well-spoken colleague here. I agree. It's my worry would be that if this application was denied, that we could end up with a much larger parking lot and more trucks. And even though Wellington's not at the table right now, we can point to them for the backup beepers, the larger fence for noise mitigation. Just now, the accommodation of raising the minimum, I think that speaks loudly to the importance of the project by the landowner and his representatives, and that they're willing to, they hear the concerns of the citizens. It's very difficult as your representative that we are to look at it as a good planning decision or not, and we can't deny it because it's, you know, maybe not looked at favorably by some groups or it's very difficult. And it happens to us a lot here. And and so we pointed to the staff recommendation, and that's not to make staff the bad people here. They made a great decision. They worked hard on this, and I think it's the right decision. And I support their decision in the report. It did get a little messy there when we deferred, but there was some internal things, so. Even though it came back as proposed, but we amended it, I feel that that day it was the right thing to do, even though it may cause some confusion in the community. Beyond that, again, I think it's the best bylaws. Councillor Spillis and Councillor Bailey and Goida reference, we have some wins in there that I feel we wouldn't have got with anything else. So with that, I will have Ms. White Fox read the resolution.
That report PD 2023-004 entitled zoning bylaw amendment application recommendation report for 128 Brock Road South be received. And whereas the community has expressed significant opposition and concern related to the proposed zoning amendment. And whereas the applicant has addressed the concerns raised by the community in the revised submission materials to the satisfaction of the township and has agreed to a number of revisions to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment in relation to the concerns. And whereas the township and its expert consultants are satisfied with the revised application to amend the zoning of the property 128 Brock Road South through their comprehensive review of the submission material. And whereas the township's planning consultant has recommended the use of a holding provision that prohibits the construction of any new buildings or structures or use of the property as detailed in the draft bylaw attached to Schedule A until all requirements identified in the holding provision have been completed to the satisfaction of the township. Therefore, be it resolved that council approves the zoning bylaw amendment for the property 128 Brock Road South, and the council gives 3 readings to bylaw 2023-026 as presented, being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 2018-023 as amended, being the zoning bylaw of the township of Coast Lynch.
There's a mouthful. Hold on a moment. All right, mover for that, please. Councillor Spillis, seconder. Councillor Bailey, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you, everyone. Great. I'm not smiling at that.
It's nice to meet you.
We're gonna have a most important person still left here. We're gonna have a quick break. It might not even be that quick. We're gonna.
It's up to you. I just have, I'm waiting around for a question that'll be like post council meeting. That's probably you. So it's like up to you. I want to go. I'm
What's it
waiting.
in? Are you still recording? We're gonna take a break.
We'll recess 122 for how long, Mr. Chair? Are you thinking?
At least half an hour.
Half an hour?
Until 2.
2 o'clock? Okay, great.
Back from our recess, Ms. White Fox, you have a resolution for consent agenda items.
The consent agenda items listed for the July 12th, 2023 council meeting be received for information.
Can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Spillis, second by Councillor Goida. Any items to be removed? Spillis?
Yeah, 6.11, 6.2, 6.4.
All right. Ms. Bailey?
I just had a question regarding 6.4 and 6.48.
One. Okay, Councillor Gordon. Okay, we can receive the remainder of those. All in favor? It's carried. Okay, Councillor Spills.
Yes, 6.1, just clarification on the committee that was appointed to, I provided information to staff, or it was just clarify the minutes. It's not the Boylston Source Protection, it's Lake Erie Source Protection Committee.
So I do have a motion that corrects the minutes from the previous meeting, as indicated by Councillor Spillis.
Moved by himself, seconded by Councillor Goida. All in favor? Carried. Next one, Councillor Spillis.
Okay, Minister Casinos accessibility. I noticed that somebody else made a comment as well. My specific question was, is it ongoing? But I don't know who the other staff person, the council who made a comment, perhaps they can pick up from that. Yeah, okay. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a good thing to look into for 2024. And certainly I would recommend that we refer to the Recreation Committee and an application be made in 2024 as suggested by another council.
Any comments on that, Councillor Bailey?
My initial connection went to Mini Lakes or Mill Creek. I didn't know if maybe if we're sending it to rec committee, if they want to reach out to that group and just see if it's something. It would be neat if an external group could kind of spearhead it. Township support was sort of where I was thinking of. But we'll leave it up to. Sure. For discussion.
Councillor Goida?
Yeah, I think this is a great idea. I just, I don't know if I wasn't reading the answer correctly, but I just, this particular correspondence says submissions are due July 20th, 2023, but then the answer. I didn't quite understand the answer, but what I'm gathering is that it's like annually you apply.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I did go on and read the legislation around it, and what I understand is the same, that you'd have to, even if you were a successful applicant, you'd have to reapply on an annual basis, so there'll be opportunity for us to do that in 2024.
Yeah, and I think this is.
So to be clear, we'll be applying in 2024 for 2025.
Excuse me. Okay. Is there a motion for that one?
Consent agenda item 6.2 be received, and the council directs staff to refer the consent item to the Recreation Committee in order to engage with local community groups to identify programs for seniors that could benefit from this funding and propose an application to council to be submitted in 2024.
Yeah, mover, Councillor Spills, second by Councillor Goida.
Yeah.
All in favor? That's carried. Councillor Spills.
So short-term rentals, I understand we did have some concerns at one time around Pusich Lake where some short-term rentals did take were used to have party type of thing, stuff to play for the community. And I was asked that if it makes sense that we asked the province, so Sewell Township has done to support them. So my suggestion is to make a motion, basically parroting what Sewell Township has said, and a copy of the resolution be sent to Ontario municipalities as well as Speaker Ken Ireland and our area MPPA. I forgot the name of that one.
MPP Matthew Ray is the other one.
Yeah, Matthew Ray.
And still including the ones in the original.
Yes, municipal housing affairs, Steve Clarkson, I had a Speaker Ken Ireland.
All right, well, let's move. Seconder, Councillor Bailey. Okay, comments?
Yeah, I agree with that. I support that. And I know that we have short-term rentals coming up in the corporate work plan, I think. So I was just going to suggest that we add this to the file for future discussion, and we'll see where it's at that point.
Councillor Goida.
Yeah, I'm happy to support this resolution. From what I understand, it's asking for online, I guess,
what it basically says,
Like Airbnb would have to remove it from their website if they weren't complying with the municipal.
yes, so there's a complaint from municipality, then the province has will require the company that supplies the Airbnb or whatever
Yeah,
to delist the property.
and so I guess follow-up to that is in order for us to be able to file a complaint with the host or whatever, we would first need to have in place a short-term rental bylaw. So they kind of go hand in hand.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that that's our preferred way. If there was a big issue, a nuisance issue that was to come up now, short-term accommodations are restricted in all zones in our municipality, so we
Alright.
still have a,
Okay.
at this point, we still could.
Okay, yeah, I'm happy to support this resolution.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Leave on to Council Bailey, 6.4.
6.4, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I just had a question. It says GRCA staff have met with and circulated to all participating municipalities a draft MOU agreement, and I was just wondering if Puss Lynch has any memorandums of understanding agreements with GRCA. And if so, what are they?
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is new and it's based on new legislative requirements that all conservation authorities now have to enter into MOUs with the host municipalities related to certain services that are not considered mandatory under the Conservation Authorities Act. So the township is in the process of reviewing the draft MOUs for Hamilton, Halton, and the GRCA. There is a deadline, I believe, of October the 1st in order for them to have those in place or to request an extension from the minister. So those should be in front of council likely at our September meeting for review.
Great, okay, thank you.
Any other questions on that? You need a resolution for that? Gonna receive that for information, gonna move it, Councilor Goyda, second by Councilor Bailey, all in favor? Carried. We did 6.48 already, did you want to speak? Good, small, no, okay. And I believe Councilor Goyda 6.34.
Yeah, so this one is a resolution by the municipality of Shania, I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. Just sort of petitioning a province against specifically expanding the powers in the municipalities, including the strong mayor power legislation as it relates to. This particular resolution is kind of like focused more on smaller municipalities. And I just, as more and more municipalities get added to this legislation, I think it's well intentioned for now. But I think the legislation is pretty specific in that the powers are to support provincial priorities, which right now is housing and is good. But I am concerned, should those priorities change, which they do, and mayors change, which they do. And I think over time that this, if the priority becomes aggregate or dump sites or whatever, and you have the wrong mayor with those powers, that this could be a pretty dangerous thing. So I thought that this particular resolution was really well written, and I thought it was a good idea to support it and circulate it.
Sure, let's move, seconded, please. Councilor Bailey, any comments?
I'm fine supporting this, so why?
I'm trying to support it as well.
No, I'll just say that I don't take offense to a resolution like this and being and supporting it because I feel that we do a great job here. I don't follow the rules verbatim all the time, but I try to ensure that the conversation comes from the councilors and we come to a consensus and it works well. But that might not be for everywhere. And if you had, as you stated, the wrong mayor, or if I change my behaviors, then I think the system that's in place now is a great system because it makes you work with people, dialogue and conversation. So I'm 100% support of this. Okay, so all in favor? Carried. All right, I think that's it for consent items. Did you have the one?
So, Mr. Chair, in our previous discussion with the delegation around road safety, we had mentioned perhaps talking about item, I think it starts at 6.27 and the request for the amendments to the Highway Traffic Act. And that was relating to, I think it's originated with the city of Cambridge. It relates to expanding the provisions of the Highway Traffic Act to allow local municipalities to use automated speed enforcement system.
So we need somebody to support the resolution 6.27, please.
I thought we did.
Yeah, I think we did.
Okay,
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
We supported Cambridge, when Cambridge came forward, we supported the resolution.
okay, sorry, my mistake. I'll keep that out.
So should be done consent, so let's say these items. Okay. I believe we're on 9.2. Miss, oh, I better click on it, see who's presenting. Yes, Ms. Hassan. Commodity price hedging agreements.
Yes, council. So this is an annual report that's provided to council in accordance with Ontario Regulation 65305. I'd be happy to answer any questions from council regarding this report.
That report FIN 2023-024 entitled 2022 commodity price hedging agreements we received. And the council accept the treasurer's statement that based on the information supplied by local authority services, LAS, all commodity price hedging agreements are consistent with the township statement of policies and goals related to the use of financial agreements to address commodity pricing and costs outlined in Schedule A to report FIN 2023-024, and the council directs staff to report back to council on LAS automated speed enforcement opportunities.
Mover, please. Councilor Spills, second by Councilor Goida. Comments, Councilor Spills.
Yes, I don't have any concerns on the price setting agreements. I think they're doing a good job. And provide the staff put in the resolution to report back on LAS automatic speed enforcement opportunities. I didn't realize they did that until I went to their website, which they just see, find out what they do. Do they sell it, they lease it, or whatever the case may be.
I'm trying to keep everybody up to date on where the county's going, different providers. So, Councilor Bailey,
Comment.
Councilor Goida.
Yeah, good.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. 9.3.1. It's Justine.
Through you, Mr. Chair, this report is to provide council with a new proposed parking bylaw that is being considered for adoption in coordination with the County of Wellington and member municipalities, and to enable staff to submit an application to the Ministry of the Attorney General's office to introduce set fines under Part 2 of the Provincial Offences Act.
Can you move for that? Councilor Spills, second by Councilor Bailey. Any comments, questions? All in favor? It's carried. 9.3.2. All right. Ms. Whitewash, you want to go first?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. And with your approval, perhaps we could put the report in draft on the screen and go through the chart. I believe that's where staff are looking for direction from council in order to finalize the comments.
Sure. Just go ahead and page 7 on that report. We'll start there. Is that your team? I'll take a sorry, bottom page 6. The first one there, council, you want me to work through it? Probably best if I just go through it. First one, Surrender of rehabilitated areas, there's an agree beside it from staff. Do we have any concerns with that one as presented? No. Second one, surrender of unextracted and disturbed areas. Any concerns? Okay, this is the first one. Then changes to following slopes or grading. We have disagree because ultimate use may be agriculture and therefore grading material must be suitable. And or should circulate to municipalities since final rehabilitation plan would have been considered as part of the overall municipal zoning licensing process. Any problems with including both those statements?
I would support that.
Support that.
Yeah, okay. The next one is an agree. Is there any concerns around that one? Okay, so changes to vegetated cover. We have disagree. Municipality may have agreed select a species for a particular reason. Consultation with municipality is required. Should circulate the municipality. So anyways, any question, any objection to including both of those statements on that one? No.
I just had a comment in the second part. I'm assuming there was some history to this comment. I'm not sure where. That the vegetation tree species were not originally chosen to address concerns raised during a prior application process, including the municipal zoning process. I'm just not sure on that wording. I don't understand kind of why it's in there.
Do you want me to try? Oh, you want to try?
Let me explain. The and or the first paragraph before the and or, that's the comment I have made.
Yeah.
And the second and or is what Council Bowman was proposing as part of his capital type of thing. So I have provided them in a table before and to decide which one would be appropriate.
I'll maybe, I feel that second comment is around, when say a pit is being approved, if a certain species were maybe chosen to provide a visual barrier or noise mitigation, or there was through that process, if a certain type of vegetation was chosen, then it shall stick to that. So I believe that's what he's talking about. If through the original process of the pit, specific vegetation was chosen for specific reasons, that we'd have concerns with it being a minor amendment to change that.
Okay.
So that's why I'm supportive of that.
Okay.
Or- Okay. Very good on that one.
So it's and.
Yeah, both, right? And, both, yeah.
Yeah.
Next one is no comment. Anybody have any concerns with that one? All right, removing common setbacks between existing operations. We have disagreeing municipalities must be aware of this, then the and. Any concerns with both of those comments?
I put just the second one seems sufficient, but I'm fine adding in the first part as well.
Well, it is, they both kind of say the same thing. This probably should be circulated.
Yeah.
and So you can clean that up if you want. That fine with council. Excavation within setbacks and buffers, require clarification where comment can be made, so. We have municipalities should be circulated since the excavation with setback buffers in effect. An increase in the area of extraction may be proposed to occur in an area that the site is not zoned for extraction. Building on that, I think we should disagree with it because if they remove the common setback, we don't know, especially for below the water table extraction. We don't know the impacts on the hydrogeology component without them providing the study. So I don't know, I guess I should find that before, but I think we should be circulated and add in a component that hydrogeological studies be completed for below the water table extractive setbacks are removed. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I think down in concession too, we have a couple
Yeah.
boundaries
I think it
and
makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just, when I said agreed here, I said the relevant motive for it is of course change and we don't support it.
I think I'm wrong one. Excavation within setback buffers.
Oh, I'm
One
sorry.
above it.
All right,
Just one above.
okay. Yes, okay, I agree with the second. And your additional comment.
Removal of the hydrogen studies, and you can even put / appropriate. I don't know, consultants,
Environmental.
Environmental studies.
And for below water table.
And it could be prior to removal of above and below the water table extractive site setbacks. Catch all. And below. Extractive. Sites. Setbacks. You can clean that up with the grammar.
This is the end.
I think, well, it's not because the first one was just somebody asking for clarifications.
Second comment, your additions.
Sorry, can I just stay complete the way she has it? And absolutely. Everybody's good with that one? The other? Okay, and then the next one is, we have excavation of 30 meters of road or highway. Agree, and then the host municipality may be the relevant road authority, so the host municipality should be circulated since the amendment to allow excavation and blah, blah, blah. I think, so maybe you want to speak to, like you agreed with it being a minor process without being.
No, I agree that provided the applicant can demonstrate
Oh, sorry.
that the relevant road authority supports the change. In other words, if we support the change, okay, but if we don't support the change, it's not okay.
Yeah. And it isn't, so anyways, I'm supportive of both. I don't know if it's a duplication way Matthew. He just kind of wordsmith it a little more. But they both say the same thing, kind of. Are you reading it? I'm reading
I'm reading
it.
it.
I wasn't sure.
No, I am.
Go ahead. No.
I think maybe just to make it a bit more clear, it should say agree with the applicant demonstrating the relevant road authority supports. Because we're not necessarily agreeing to excavation within 30 meters, we're agreeing to the, provided the applicant can demonstrate the relevant road authority.
Is this how the documents can be submitted? Is it how it's presented here, or do you have to go through and make bullets and?
I would go through, like, it wouldn't leave it like with a big and, right? Like I would tidy that up, but.
Same as that agree, like, it could be confusing, like, the
Mhm.
first comment.
Yeah.
If it says agree, it should be moved, or they should be compiled, I don't know how
You
you
could
deal with
say-
that.
And this one, what I'm reading here is that. Like I feel like agreed, and this talks about the relevant road authority, but I feel like perhaps this comment is saying, and the host municipality should be because. The area of extraction
Yeah,
may
Could
not
be a
be.
county road, could be a county,
It kind of is both, but I think we just need to clarify
put both in there.
what agree,
What you're agreeing
part
to.
of it we're agreeing to, and then the following.
And we want the municipality to be notified because it could mean a change to the site license in terms of extracted area. We can type that.
Okay, are we good with that one? Yeah. Excavation of 30 meters road, I was at the one you did. Oops. Yeah, sorry. Increase the maximum annual tonnage, township county must be advised and or includes any lower tier roads than the lower tier municipality should be circulated. Yeah, I think. Doesn't hurt to be circulated, I'm not sure, I mean, we get extra. Levy for the additional truck trips, but. I don't see any other concerns around that one, or comments to you?
But what are you saying, you're gonna put both in?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Temporary increase, maximum annual tonnage. We have. Was proposed, the township county must be advised and or if all includes any lower tier roads similar to the one above. Any concerns with both of those being in? Any additions? Importation of aggregate for blending or resale. So township county must be advised. Be similar for extracted aggregate to be paid to township as there will be increased road usage. I agree with that. And or if all includes any lower tier roads. Then the lower tier is probably should be circulated.
So,
Pardon me?
and
Yeah, so both these, any concerns having both of those in there? what about adding to that one? As long, so my, now, I gotta think of it. What if they've exhausted their resources there? Or stopped extraction, and then they just use this as a transfer station in perpetuity. So what if we add language that says conditional on like site resources being available? Where do I go with that? So I just don't want the site to be, and extraction occurs every year, because the idea is these are interim sites, and this sounds like they could turn it into a waste transfer site, you know what I mean, where no real work is being done there. They're just hauling in 20,000 tons per, or 20% of their maximum annual tonnage. Well, they got a 1 million ton license, they could bring in 20% of that.
Well, it's, the qualifier there is amount of it, for the material is not more than 20 tons, or 20% of maximum annual tonnage for the site.
Permitted, not produced.
Okay.
So as long as it's contingent on produced,
I see what
what do you think?
Yeah, for sure.
So that would catch it easier, is just that it's contingent on maximum 20% annual tonnage produced. Because then as they reduce their production, they would reduce the amount they can import.
Extracted or produced?
Let's say extracted, because and you could add this, but this supports the intent of aggregate operations to be an interim land use. So that'll trigger the thought process to others if they read it. This supports. Yes. Any other issues? Okay, the next one is importation of excess soils. Township County must be advised, fees similar for extracted area be paid to townships for the increased road usage and or local municipality should be circulated since any operates material. I mean, does anybody need to read this? Like, are we comfortable with both, or you want to? Both? Mr. Bailey, you good with both?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Okay. Lowering or removing berms, we have disagreed. Township county must review and agree upon unforeseen impacts may occur. And the other one is and or the only time when berms should be removed or reduced when all extraction, processing, and loading, shipping operations have ceased on the site. And the site is being rehabilitated, and I feel we should add, and the license is surrendered. Because I wrote a note here. This appears to be an attempt to not pay industrial rates as awarded in the tribunal rule. Because they ruled that berms shall be included in the industrial tax rate because they serve a purpose. So if you back to interim land use, these pits that have been sitting down on concession 2 that have been dormant for 20 years, they're going to start paying taxes on the berms and the industrial rate. And if it's through some mechanism they remove that, then they will continue to keep their license and they won't have to pay taxes on the berms. So I would support the disagree, and that I would support the and or the or the only time the berm should be removed is have a component of surrendering the license. Because if they surrender the license, then I feel that would take them out of the tax burden.
Sorry, one question. Can they be actively rehabilitated after they surrender their license?
I don't know that. I don't know the answer for that one. Well, I mean. I don't know. They,
I hear what you're saying. I'm just,
yeah,
are
they-
we suggesting something that can't actually possibly? In order for them to surrender their license, they first have to rehabilitate the site, and if we're saying they can't. Remove the berms before they surrender their license, then we're actually asking for something that they physically
Mhm.
aren't able to do.
Yeah, so,
But
And
regardless,
removing
it
the
shouldn't be
berm.
a minor amendment.
so if you worded it as removing the berms as part of the process of surrendering the license. So that would kind of capture it. So the only time when berms should be removed or reduced is when all extraction, processing, loading and shipping operations have ceased. And the site is in the process, or the operator is in the process of, what's it called? Surrendering the license. And I'm gonna add, surrendering the license and has notified the ministry of such intention. Notified. We get one now. All right, we're gonna give that one now.
This off? or-
It's the end. Raising or creating new berms, and we have, if required, so we have disagree, township county must review and agree as unforeseen impacts may occur. We have and or would support this as a minor amendment. I would say for the and or that would support this as a minor amendment. As well as notification is sent to MPAC on new berms. Because they will be taxed, so it's not, we're not at the self-reporting, but you can report that. Like I said.
Okay, the comment I have why we disagree is, I was supposedly raised a berm. And it creates an artificial snow fence which dumps more snow on our roadways.
I'm okay with disagree,
Okay,
but if they create a new berm, they need to notify MPAC as taxpayers.
sure, absolutely.
So disagree.
I don't think it's a minor amendment.
Yeah. Is there any way we can take up the second part and still word it that if a new berm is created? They need to, or we can cover, we can get these.
No, I agree with you. We said disagree, let's review, and if new berm is recreated, then your words that the impact must be so advised. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
The yours,
It says would support, sorry, I kind of skipped. Let's focus on. focus on tax.
That's fine, yeah, you know, what you're saying makes sense.
But shall notify. Okay. Lowering or. Was that lowering or raising? Which one were we on? I was raising. Removal of excess topsoil, discrete township county must review and agree as obviously impacts may occur. So we have a disagree and a kind of an agree. I don't believe it's minor in nature. The other, so we have, I know for a fact. Should say that, I've been told that an operator removed all their topsoil. And then all of a sudden needed to do some additional rehabilitation work. And they had to import it. Well, that's. So I think it should be under scrutiny that, and I'll say that. I'm gonna disagree with this one. Think, everybody okay with taking off the second component?
Yep.
Changes to gates and fencing, a disagree for fencing along a roadway, township county must review and agree as unforeseen impacts may occur. Anybody agree with the proposed changes or? Want to see the and or in there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So just put and. Yep. Okay. Shrinking or reducing limits of extraction, including raising final extraction elevation. In principle, agree we need to define what is substantially and or support this. I don't know. I think you need to have, if they're gonna be changing elevations and how deep they're going and the impacts on the environment, all of them, keep it, what do you guys think?
well, to me, it was substantial, this is defined by substantial. Okay, and it's a couple of yards right there, here, it's 100 meters, well, that's a big difference.
I would rather the wording than be. We disagree until substantially is defined.
Sure, that's good. I think support that too.
Because as we know in this industry now, there can't be any gray area, it has to be. Reducing hours of operation. I think it's good that, yeah, they can reduce. Reduce hours, that's fine. Increasing hours of operation, limits established by municipal noise bylaw. And one of our should require circulation in municipalities since hours of operation. Yeah, and the other one is sign off required by township, which is staff does current bylaw cover us? Is there an answer for that? Oh, answer, township adopted the countywide noise. Want to speak to it?
So, Mr. Chair, this, I think staff would remain concerned, just specifically subsection 66 of the ARA talks about the regulations and provisions on licenses and permits overriding local bylaws. And so I would want to get some clarification from like a lawyer or someone with expertise to know if we are able to regulate this through a local bylaw.
I think we could back up a little bit. I think we could disagree with this. Because when a new application comes forward, that's the time we can ask for hours of operations and that becomes part of the site plan, is that correct? Whether they give it to us or not. So I like the statement that section 66 of the ARA Act and site plans dictate hours of operations. And we would not support this as a minor amendment, as our noise bylaw only prohibits from a specific time at night. So they could start operating on Saturdays and Sundays. So I think we should just say no. And hours of operations are part of the licensing process. And that's where we like it's a stay. Does that make sense?
Keep off everything within here.
Yeah. Just, I think you should put disagree.
Okay.
What's there?
The comment there was sign off required by township, so. They can say disagree, sign off required by township, we can move in and put this.
Yeah, because the applicant demonstrates the changes comply with local municipalities as proposed. So they could go to the ministry and say, well, their noise bylaw doesn't kick in until 11 o'clock on Saturday. We can extend our hours.
That's why Council Bowman's way with this.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, but then I'm still not sure if our noise bylaw would apply.
It doesn't, but it does in the sense that the operator could point to it and say, their noise bylaw doesn't have anything spoken to it before 11 o'clock at night. Mr. Minister, we'd like to extend our operations till 11 o'clock at night.
Okay,
So it's just something they can point to, and ours should be disagree. The hours of operation, whether it's under the ARA or the licensing process, that's where the changes or the hours of operation should stay, because it shouldn't be a minor amendment. It's a lot of
That kind of what we're thinking.
Maybe. Should not,
Be included and regulated through the site.
well, they
plan.
already are, not, they're part of.
Yeah, but usually you have in a site plan, we want these hours of operation. They want to change it, but if we don't have, if our noise bylaw permits it, say, you know, whatever, 7 o'clock at night. And the original hours of operation is still 5 or 6, they're arbitrarily increasing without our permission.
Yeah,
We want them to be abiding by our 45 hours.
Yeah.
Those are more
For residential.
open.
yeah, they're more liberal. So disagree, hours of operation should be, or it shouldn't be included in regulated, but because it already is.
Not,
Just say that hours of operation are determined through the licensing and licensing process. And included in the site plan notes on license issue. In the site license, I'm fine with that, and then. A minor amendment to mimic noise bylaw, no, I don't know, The township does not feel. Extending work hours. During the weekends. Or operational, what are they calling it, operational, what do they call it,
operating hours,
hours of operation,
hours of operation.
to include weekends. To be a minor. Amendment. I'm gonna start an area.
I think that maybe we should all. Evenings or whatever.
Yeah. Especially in the summer, sun's on it, what time do you get up to see the sunrise, 4:30? Right, and then it doesn't go down until 9. So.
We're gonna take everything else off, right?
Yeah.
You want to keep this or take this off?
I think you can take it off. That was just more for our information.
Yep.
I just see that one more time.
Yes.
I think that works. Is it clear that, yeah, I think that works.
Does every site plan have hours of operation or just? certain?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just certain, I think we were told when we followed up on this, it's was like a certain time frame where they were included and so not all of them. Okay, yeah.
I believe the legacy pits, from 80s, 90s have 0 restrictions, but then as licenses, yeah, so the youngest pits have restrictions usually, especially if there's impacts.
That would only be applicable anyways. Licenses that have hours of operations.
Restriction, yeah. Okay, installing portable asphalt or concrete plants or portable processing equipment, sign off by township required. See the answer. And then the other one is and or support this as a minor amendment provided the existing site plan permits processing of the site and temporary concrete asphalt plants. Operates within the processing area specified in site plans and receives their. Environmental compliance assessment. Portable plants are. Required to have that certification as well as permanent plants, just less stringent, is my understanding. So are we comfortable with? I guess it's kind of the first part, sign off by township required.
Did you do the question, the answer?
Sure. As the process plays to report.
The other thing is talking about 5 years, there has to be a process in place and They used 5 years, they don't say how they established the plan.
And I'm sorry, and again, it does say environmental compliance approvals if required have been obtained. They do have that in the, sorry, in there.
Do you want to put that out?
I think we can take that out. But I'm still worried that they're gonna use these sites as asphalt plants in perpetuity when they're intended to be interim land use. So even if that's just a comment, we have a concern that sites with limited resources, like limited resource, when you go with extractive capacity remaining, limited extractive capacity remaining. Remain and what they call portal, remain a asphalt or what's the other use they're saying? Asphalt or concrete plant.
Their license. Operate a.
Asphalt. / concrete plant.
Or portable processing.
Yeah. Or portable.
Or portable processing plant?
Equipment.
Yeah.
Oh.
In perpetuity or however, but
Without a limit.
without a expiration
No.
Expired.
time,
Term.
time restriction or whatever.
Planning accurate. Interim use, rehabilitation date, rehabilitation.
Let's put
Final use.
with no conclusion to operations, but with no conclusions to operation.
No.
Yeah, kind of captured it. And operate in that's all. Or is it all right, anything else to add on that one?
Or whichever they are.
I got rid of the or, this is and.
Oh, are we,
At the end, and. Which
one are we-
is a minor amendment, we're not supporting this.
no,
Get rid of this?
Yeah.
You want to get rid of the top as well, or keeping the sign off required has to be processed to determine?
I think that you covered it off in your statement in perpetuity, so.
Yeah. You want to get rid of it?
Sure.
Okay. But sign off required? Makes sense. Yep.
Sign off
Keep
or
it
just
sign
go-
off things and just carry on with what you're saying.
Sorry, move this down, you think, or just leave it with this comment?
Just leave it with like,
Okay.
take off the end.
where are we?
And then table 2, the top of table 2.
All right, example of administrative and well, no page may be required. Local opportunity supplies where the site is located. What do we need out of this part of it? Anyways, the first comment from us is Township County must be notified. Anybody have any additions to that?
Now, this table is examples of ministry notification or notifications required. And a lot of this stuff is motherhood type stuff, all we're doing is agreeing.
I'm good. Is there any changes to this table that anybody wants to add, remove? Mr. Bailey?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. All right, Ms. White Fox, what do you need from us now?
So Mr. Chair, I have a resolution that indicates that report ADM 2023-035 entitled proposed changes to the Area Resources Act, ERO posting 019-67667 be received. And that council directs staff to submit the comments outlined in the report as amended by the deadline for comments posted on the province's website.
Move for that, please. Mr. Spillis, second by Councilor Bailey.
Sure.
Any
Yep.
comments? All in favor? Carried. And we'll be around 9.3.3.
Yes.
Two, Ms. White Fox.
So through Mr. Chair, this report is to present council with the amended comments related to the ERO posting that proposes to change and form a new provincial policy instrument. So council has seen these comments a number of meetings as the province extended the date for comments until August the 4th. So at the last meeting, council directed the subcommittee to prepare comments for review at this meeting. The reporting on the agenda has had another revision to it since it was posted. And so I do have that revised version of the comments to share with council for consideration and review, so I can put those on the screen.
Sure.
So you'll note that the further revisions to it are noted on the screen just with track changes in blue. But and some of them are more substantial.
How do you want to deal with this?
So we could go through it, the way the subcommittee tried to incorporate them were to kind of group the issues together. So we could go through it kind of paragraph by paragraph and making revisions. Okay.
You're most knowledgeable on it, so you bring to our attention what you feel you need to.
You make changes to it there.
You could add. So the first paragraph here, it does note the resolution that was made at the last meeting. It was moved by Councillor Goyda to include the statement that while the township may welcome some of the changes, there's some direction in the PPS that are of concern. So that was included in the first paragraph.
Can I comment on that?
Sure.
Paragraph. I just had a little bit of wording change. While there are some proposed changes that the township supports. So I added some and I took out welcomes, because that's just a very nice word that I don't know necessary. So there's some proposed changes that the township supports.
So the next paragraph, the subcommittee with staff added, recognizing that there's a housing crisis. I think we've heard that statement acknowledged by council at previous meetings. Also acknowledging that if approved, the proposed PPS instrument will make significant changes that really are geared towards creating more housing both in urban and rural areas. So just kind of acknowledging the intent. Okay. Again, acknowledging that the proposed changes adds a much more flexible approach to intensification targets, density targets, and consideration of new and expanding settlement areas. We felt We were reviewing this, that the township is generally supportive of a more flexible approach, specifically in relation to the ability to expand its existing settlement areas. However, there's significant concerns with the communal servicing options for wastewater management and the burden placed on the municipality for the maintenance agreement. So I think that was a piece that was highlighted by our planner when she came here, that's for us to perhaps be concerned. Then again, just suggesting that wording should be incorporated requiring the upper tier if applicable to assume the liability for those systems through the maintenance agreements.
So why did it say if applicable?
If it was a single tier,
So when I read it, I thought. I just thought it meant, well, for lower tier, you can. Like, it almost read to me that only if there is an upper tier. I just want to make sure they understand that.
Well, I think we're writing from the perspective of,
Us, okay, as long as that's clear.
so we
but
could take that out.
We don't have to, I was just.
no, I'm gonna say take it out because we're
Okay.
writing from our perspective.
There we go.
Okay.
Then we go on to say, in respect to the land use compatibility. Portland Council disagrees that sensitive areas, residential areas should encroach at all in industrial areas where there is risk to human health. So that was from our previous comments, and just clarifying that a little bit more, that sensitive land uses should have an adequate setback from industrial in general. And that appropriateness of locating industrial uses close to the proximity of residential uses should be prohibited where there is a risk. So just really clarifying that comment. Then we've added, despite a more flexible approach to housing, the proposed 2023 PPS looks to weaken provincial direction specific to the creation of affordable and attainable housing through the removal of those definitions and targets. The province should be using this opportunity to strengthen these policies to ensure effective and continuous delivery of these housing units across the province.
Who had all that?
So it went back and forth between Councillor Goyda, that was a Councillor Goyda's comment.
No, this one is-
No,
It just reads harsh. Yeah, is there? I'm just,
well, I guess my intent in writing that is my whole thought on the rationale for this revision to the PPS to begin with is because there's more housing and we need more affordable housing. Yet the language in it seems to weaken the sort of requirements and incentive to be building those kinds of things. So it just is very counterintuitive, but
so my worry is just that if they all of a sudden say every municipality shall build 30 affordable housing units or something, what happens if we get stuck? Because, you know, we say, you know, province, you need to do better. That's the only angle I'm working is like, so unfortunately, I feel that we don't play a big role in affordable housing, so that's what I'm being cognizant of.
I hear what you're saying from like the Portland lens. That affordable housing is a challenge just because of the service.
So can we put it,
So, but I think though, that from a broad perspective and from sort of like a overall arching intent is that the policy should be written to encourage, not.
right, so can we just add like in the urban centers or something, so
Sure,
then like we're kind of saying in the cities where it's more possible to do this with that. I just want to deflect a little bit so that unless I'm out to lunch, and we'll look at the other counselors, I'm just a little worried that, I mean, I guess they can't make us build
Well,
houses.
I guess from a Bushman's lens, where do you see your statements applicable to us? I was trying it into a building adjacent to industrial zones.
Well, I'm all good with it.
Yeah, no, but I thought this sentence sort of flowed in from the building to post-industrial sites, or you're saying this is a
No, this-
standalone,
This is.
standalone. Okay, and so where is specifically Bushman Street, think that's an issue?
Who are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Gary.
Don't necessarily, I don't necessarily think it's specific to percentage, but I think it's important that.
I agree with you. I think it's important that they make the rules so people can build affordable housing, but
Right, Mr. Chair, if I may, I think it does have a relationship to Plus Lynch. insofar that we do have the ability to create accessory residential units, basement apartments, different sort of housing opportunities. That if there was affordable housing alternative, we may not see family members move into, you know, or renting out, or the need for those types of units. So I do think that, we're seeing more of that in our township because of the lack of other affordable housing options elsewhere.
So you're saying it's benefiting us,
I'm
because there is no affordable housing, they're renting our accessory units.
not just renting our ARUs, but I think that it may not be a benefit entirely, because I do see that there could be properties that could have 3 dwelling units on them potentially because of the cost of housing elsewhere and in the township. And so that maybe wouldn't be occurring if they could find that affordable housing nearby. We wouldn't have, you know, potentially up to 3 units on a 1 acre lot.
So that's why this is good in your eyes, because you're agreeing with this. Now, is there any way to tie that into, or I'm good, I'm not gonna.
The only comment I got is separate that as a big paragraph, because I read it was tied into the previous.
I'm good,
Should we take out in urban centers then?
Sure.
The general,
I think yeah, they should be there.
It ties, it does tie into a comment about how what's happening in municipalities around us, urban centers, is impacting us.
That's what she's saying, but.
Yeah. And
There's
that,
lack of affordable housing, and it's driving 3 units on rural properties and.
Yeah.
So I'm good, I just, was a little nervous.
we'll repeat it.
Gonna get rid of that even.
It's track changes, sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, it's gonna stay there.
All right, next, carry on.
All right, the township notes the proposed policies regarding planning for employment. Employment areas are critical to support sustainable growth in communities. Employment areas should include commercial and institutional uses in order to support the concept of complete communities and areas that support the community's local employment and economic development.
Did you change it? I thought that was,
We just broadened it a little bit from the previous statements that council had already made. Yeah.
just keep that with you.
The next is the province initially presented changes that would allow the creation of up to 3 new lots on prime agricultural property. The province has since, and we included the word potentially because there's not certainty around this, rescinded those provisions based on the feedback from the public and specifically the farming industry. The township agrees that more consultation needs to occur in order to thoroughly understand the immediate and long-term impacts for allowing new lot creation on prime agricultural lands.
Prime, I can just add prime and secondary.
Well, agricultural land and is classified 1%.
Yeah. It's just whenever it's referred to prime, it's usually 1 to 3, and we're the only counties with secondary agricultural lands, so. I just want some opportunity under secondary ag, that's all I'm trying to, just trying not to close the door on it.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So do you want to remove the word prime and just
No.
have it be agricultural?
So just at the end, I thought where it says. Earlier, in order to thoroughly understand the immediate and long-term impacts for allowing new lot creation on prime and secondary lands, because I want them to look at prime and say, hey, that's a no-go. But possibly on secondary, because they looked at the impacts, does that make sense?
I thought we agreed at the last class, when we just came forward, that we agreed that we could support 1 severance.
Yeah, maybe we did as well.
So I would be supportive of saying, allowing 1 severance on secondary agricultural.
Well, it's already permitted as a county, as long as it's, you haven't had one before 2005.
Not on prime.
Not on prime, but secondary. It's already permitted on secondary, is the date. It's all
The date, but this is adding new. That's what I see, this, they're adding new.
So I think I'm messing this up. I should have just left it. I think they're still talking prime here, and I've dragged secondary into the conversation.
So to clarify, when council made its comment about one
I think we should.
new lot, is that prime or ag?
Well, okay, we leave it, but I think we should support, at least one severance that we agreed to last time, unless we feel that we're changing the,
I think if we supported last time, let's see it, if we start. Putting. It's a lot, the prime ag is a hot topic right now.
yeah, I understand that.
I think we're good with the way it was, but
I think we should clarify, we agree supporting one severance on secondary agriculture.
secondary 100%, if we
Yeah.
put it. But we can fix that at the county level, just need to remove that date.
Yeah, but the county is gonna see what these guys are saying, and if these guys are saying no more severance allowed, and they're gonna say. That's it. But if these guys, the province says will allow one additional severance secondary agricultural lands, and the county has to listen to it.
Can we put minimum one? I'm good. with that.
Does it make sense to say at this time? Or then like, we might change our mind? Okay.
No, that's fair. I don't know.
Maybe not tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe we
Different
change,
idea.
maybe council feels differently if the three consents come back.
I see.
Yeah.
Right, like,
Currently, or
we can say currently.
It just-
or with the latest.
I don't know that it's necessary. I think just saying the township.
Okay. The township is not supportive of lot creation in prime agricultural areas and prefers a policy where severances within agricultural regions avoid prime agricultural land, i.e. class 1 to 4, and prioritize alternative and lower priority agricultural lands so as to preserve highly productive farmland. So that does sort of lend itself to this comment.
I think we can be careful when we say prime agricultural area and prime agricultural lands, they'd be two different things.
Oh,
That's what it was.
The prime agricultural area and prime agricultural lands be two different things. But I think the prime agricultural areas include everything, 1 to 7. I think prime agricultural lands, I thought it was 1 to 3, but it says 1 to 4, so.
Even don't put the classes in there, let them figure that out.
Yeah, but there's a.
Yeah,
there's a
I agree.
There's a distinction between the prime agricultural area and prime agricultural lands.
Take the area one out.
I'll take the lands out.
Take the lands out and leave areas?
Area is more.
No, sorry, lands. I'm sorry.
The rest of the comment all right with council?
Yeah.
Should the province reconsider allowing lot creation in the prime agricultural areas, a maximum,
Lands.
And. Yeah, agriculture.
yeah, sorry. A maximum lot size should be considered in order to limit the potential for subdividing the newly created lots in the future to protect the integrity of agricultural operations. The number of newly created lots and additional accessory units on subdivided lots as a cumulative total would be a concern to the township. This potential scenario of clustered residential uses creates concern in regards to established livestock facilities and their ability to expand, as well as creates concerns in relation to the potential for communal servicing. Stop there if there's any changes.
We're good.
Okay. In addition, the requirement that all multi-aquifer penetrating wells be cased adequately should be included in the proposed changes to limit contamination into the deep aquifer for all newly created lots. In general, should non-agricultural uses be permitted in prime agricultural on prime agricultural lands? Is that better?
Yeah.
The draft policy should include the mandatory requirement for an agricultural assessment regardless of the circumstances.
Any other comments? Yes.
In rural area, villages and hamlets, build outs should be prioritized for development as opposed to more sporadic lot severance developments. This better serves rural communities that rely on limited infrastructure, strengthens communities, and limits the negative impacts of development on agricultural lands. In general, there are capacity and access concerns with the existing wastewater treatment facilities in the province. The existing facilities do not have existing capacity to receive the additional septage that will be produced as a result of the province's growth targets. This is a critical issue for both urban and rural growth. Rural areas depend on sewage haulers to properly and safely dispose of septage from septic system. The township remains concerned and suggests that consultation occur between the province, specifically municipal affairs and housing, and the MECP, the hauling industry, and the owners of the wastewater treatment facilities to ensure a coordinated approach to septage management is articulated prior to it becoming an issue. Okay. The township offers its additional comments as follows. The township respectfully requests that a mechanism to resolve disagreements on planning matters between upper and lower tiers be included in the draft policy. Lower tiers have a high degree of local knowledge and understanding of the needs of their community. In relation to section 4.5.2, protecting long-term resource supply, demonstration of the need for mineral aggregate resources, including any type of supply demand analysis, shall not be required, notwithstanding the availability, designation, or licensing for the extraction of mineral aggregate resources locally or elsewhere.
Can I pause you there?
Yeah.
I want to add a part that so I have a note here that says also the IRA already has similar language in it, rendering this addition redundant. I'd like to add a line where it states that the licensing and the licensing and the enforcement of arid operations fall under the purview of the MNRF and Arid Resource Act, and that's where the township wants that to stay. So what I'm trying to get at is, I'm not worried. This seems like some advocacy has asked the province to get duplication of wording now out of the ARA into some planning documentation formally. And I think it should stay in the ARA. If the province is the overseer of arid through the Arid Resources Act, I don't understand why there needs to be duplication in some planning documents. So I just want to word it that the licensing and operations of aggregate extraction is under the purview? I'm sure, purview. Licensing and operation compliance. Aggregate extraction. In Ontario. Just for a second, could either just say. And then I don't know if we'll say and in the or cover MNRF and covered in the Arid Resources Act. And then this appears to be a duplication of. No, that's not in the plan.
No, it's a policy statement
Oh,
PPS. And the PPS instrument.
so. This appears to be and so we feel it doesn't. We don't feel.
It's not.
We just, even just say, but not, it's not required,
Necessary.
it's not necessary. It's not a necessary duplication. There's a good one. Does that work?
I don't know, but and it's not necessary duplication.
Is it unnecessary?
It is, yeah.
Yes.
It is unnecessary. duplication. Oh, that's very good.
Yeah, it's in the PPS. For, DRA.
It's an unnecessary application in PPS.
Yeah, good.
Okay. The next is the minor changes to the existing term agricultural condition raise concern about what the added term enhanced means as it relates to the rehabilitation of agricultural soil. The direction of maintained or restored seem to indicate that the pre-extraction soil conditions will be brought back once rehabilitated, but enhanced is a added term which could have a much more broader meaning. Clarification of the meaning of this term is necessary. Lastly, from a broader perspective, the softening of policies related to climate change in the proposed 2023 PPS are of concern. Municipalities are looking to initiate climate actions and introduce ways to adapt to significant impacts from extreme weather events. The township is looking to the province to lead, as well as support municipal efforts to addressing the impact of climate change.
Any additions?
I had some extra wording to tack onto that paragraph. And it was around the province providing funding, especially along the 400 series where close to market is encouraged and greenhouse gases are higher. Something along those lines. So we're looking at climate change. So suggesting that the province provide funding
For what?
to help with climate change initiatives. I don't know where this came from, I can't figure it out, but somewhere I read in one of the things, especially along the 400 series. Or because they're encouraging close to market. Right? Where
Close to market, what, aggregate?
yeah, anything, yeah, that's one example that they use, right?
I don't want more aggregate sites because we're closer to market because the market keeps getting closer to us.
Well, that's what we're saying. You're saying, you're saying we're close to market. And you want to take all the aggregate out of us, so therefore we're having increase greenhouse gas, increase climate issues, so therefore we would like some funding to help work with that, mitigate that. I'm not sure where funding comes.
I think, could we just word it that the province support small and rural communities that are close to urban centers with climate change initiatives through funding? I don't really want to give the impression that we'll take more aggregate pits if you pay it.
Or just that last sentence, we've got the township is looking to the province to lead and support municipal efforts on climate change. Well, how, what are we wanting them to do? What we want
We
them to
just say
provide
financial
funding.
support.
Yeah, yeah,
Just
just,
put in financial support.
yeah.
Addressing the impacts of climate change by providing financial
No,
support.
it's a previous sentence, the township is looking for the province to lead and financially support municipal efforts.
Yeah. That would be good.
Not that.
This up here,
Up here, that keeps going, keep going, where's the part of support?
Where blue starts?
And provide
Support?
financial support. Yeah.
and provide financial support to municipal efforts or for municipal efforts.
Yeah.
Okay, and we'll get rid of this.
In terms of climate change, I'd also had a comment that the language in the policy about climate change should be threaded throughout the PPS as before. This demonstrates that climate change is important and should be considered a priority. That's in what I said.
So added, the township suggests that the language and policy about climate change should be threaded throughout the PPS as before. This demonstrates that climate change is important and should be considered a priority.
That was part of that planner she mentioned that it was spoke about, but not as often or
Yeah.
something, correct?
Yeah, I don't like as before. I think that could be more as in the previous version, something.
Previously emphasized. Barbara?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good?
The township encourages natural heritage components to be incorporated into the proposed 2023 PPS as part of a comprehensive policy directive. It is difficult to fully comprehend an overarching policy when a significant gap exists in respect to a planning and development policy where a specific natural heritage policy involving sensitive habitats are not addressed. Okay, and then in closing, the township recognizes there is a housing shortage in Ontario and is confident that further consultation with key stakeholders will enable growth to occur responsibly and sustainably without compromising Ontario's farming industry, source water, the local taxpayer, and the environment. In terms of next steps, the township respectfully suggests that the government give municipalities sufficient time to understand and implement the final provincial policy statement before introducing more planning policy and regulatory changes.
Perfect. Please stop.
So I had a couple
Let's
comments.
catch up.
Can we just share a few of those? I do have a question. Just to get your thoughts on the interim control bylaw. Statement that was actually put out through Planscape. Interim control bylaw. Sorry, just give me 1 second. It's at the top, at the top. So number 2 there, interim control bylaws. So this was suggested in the Planscape document that she gave us.
You want to pass interim control bylaw?
No, they're saying they're gonna take it away. So currently. You can have an interim control bylaw that has no appeal for the first year. But they're actually gonna take that away. And so that, within the first year, it is appealable. Is that of concern? Is that something that,
Just takes your big hammer and makes it a, what's the small carpenter hammer called? Yeah,
I'm seeing
because
it as the opposite. I'm seeing it as a detriment to the municipality.
it is, because
Yeah.
now if you had an issue in your community and you wanted to
Yeah.
put a pause on it, but what they're doing is they're supporting businesses and
And to. We want that comment in there, or it's not necessary?
we've never used a interim control bylaw that I'm aware of.
So from a percentage perspective, that's not.
Yeah.
So through Mr. Chair, interim control bylaws, as it states in the Councillor Bailey's memo, they are to be used in situations where perhaps council needs to do further examination before making a change to the comprehensive zoning bylaw. So it was a useful tool. A good example would be cannabis, for example. If when that was introduced and perhaps municipalities didn't know what to do with that, they could have used an interim control bylaw to restrict it for a year until they could figure out the zoning they wanted long-term. So it's useful, but the township hasn't had the opportunity or the reason to use it very often.
So if I can follow up then, with any of the new timeline changes coming for some of the zoning or some of the different proposals coming, could we'd be needing an interim control bylaw, and then would this be an issue?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think that it's something that's, it would have to be, another good example could be short-term accommodations. If a municipality was having a very hard time with short-term accommodations and there's zoning bylaw that didn't address it, they could use the interim control bylaw. Now, I think it's fair to say we don't know what those are until they present themselves. And so that was why this was a very useful tool, because it didn't have an appeal, any appeal rights for the first year. So, but again, not knowing what's coming, it's not a tool that the township has used very often.
Okay, okay. And it's not always appealed anyway, right? So we take that as either way. Okay, the one above it was just financial impact. This was taken out of the Oxford submission. And it's just an overarching comment that basically just a number of the proposal changes could have significant financial impacts, and especially on a small municipality like ours. So I didn't know council would be fine including that comment.
So which part, like, I'm not sure which financials I'm
The
confused.
financial impact of the proposed PPS.
So the shortened time tables and refunds and things like that, is that what we're talking
It's an
about?
overarching, yeah, everything proposed in there could have significant financial impacts, including the
ODCs,
potential need for additional staffing, other resources, which we've already seen the need for, to address some of the changes.
do you want to speak to that, Mrs. Sand? I mean, part of it, you changed how when we'll deem applications complete so that we reduce our risk of.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I think there might be a spot to add some of the financial impacts to our very last closing statement, where we've asked them to stop introducing planning policy, because it does have, it has a operational impact, which has a financial impact, to keep up with the changes. There's probably a good place in that last paragraph to include the financial.
The resources,
Mhm.
finding the resources.
So, I can just put this in and then we can take a good look at it. So just adding in the last, so saying, that they, implement the final provincial planning statement before introducing more planning and policy regulated changes, as these changes have significant financial impact to the municipality, including the potential need for additional staffing and other resources to address or implement the various changes.
I'm okay with highlighting that concern.
That was a legitimate concern, absolutely.
Proposal. Andy? I had another comment, and it was in regards to interim use. I can't remember what the proposal is, but I've written down the interim use should have a defined max number of months. So I think it was suggesting you could do interim use repetitively. And then, but I can't find the section. It's 4.5.4. I could not find it last night.
4.5, you think?
That's what I've written down.
And it was in around interim?
Yeah, interim use.
There.
And I'm assuming it's around extraction, but I'm not.
4.5.4,
Yeah, so we're down next.
It was above there.
There was another intro. Yeah. There's right here.
So that's a good statement because they're trying to say,
Yeah.
they can rehab it. Into another use, or back to the use after interim use of extraction.
Yeah, okay, that's fine then. Sorry, yeah, I think we're okay there. And then, sorry, my last comment was, again, it was from Planscape. And I guess there's a new subsection 47, but it talked about how the change to section 47 allows a minister's orders to allow a use to be established without a license, permit, or approval that would normally be required. This gives the minister the ability to address circumstances where an MZO permit residential use is in an area where the official plan does not. And she suggested this was an example of municipal loss of control.
This is around MZOs.
Yeah.
Which we and the CHIO, we've had our concerns, so are you, what are you suggesting then?
That this was not a good change. It was a concern. It's subsection 47, 4.0.1.
Do you have a suggestion of a comment for?
That was the comment that Planscape said. The changes to subsection
This
47.
whole thing?
Yeah,
We could add that.
not, yeah, maybe not the whole thing, just the concern, but you might need to reference something up top if you don't want to add the whole comment. And to me, that's a concern. If the rest of council doesn't see it as such, then we don't need to include it.
Well, how likely would we need about somebody put an MZ order through? For housing in Coastal?
You're right, and maybe not.
Yeah, so I don't think that's a good point for us to put it here. I've seen a big city like Hamilton or something like that.
But again, I'm concerned that that could happen next door to us. If Guelph gets that, if Milton and Cambridge, if like all these municipalities around us, if that can happen there, that's not great for us, right?
Why? Because I thought the concern was that we're gonna have more. We're concerned about having three accessory buildings on a particular lot. If you get municipal zoning orders to prevent more residences in these outside communities, that would offload the need for that to happen here.
Potentially, you'd think it would, but it's also poor planning.
Well, MZOs are a challenge, yes. Yeah, as long as it's not a minister's order to permit an area site, then I'm not as concerned. This is all strictly around the MMAH, minister's orders.
Not, I didn't read it that way. It just says to allow a use to be established.
I guess maybe Sarah, what you're saying is, if, let's say they permitted like, I don't know, development of 1,000 housing units right next to us, that's going to impact
Yeah.
our municipality in terms of
Yeah.
traffic and all those.
Let's
things.
put another Claire Maltby.
Without any
development.
opportunity to consult.
Yeah.
Which
Let's
may drive some of like, create more affordable housing.
elsewhere.
Correct.
Yeah.
I.
You know, where I think it could fit.
Under neighboring, don't say nothing about neighboring municipalities.
The rest thing is strictly to do with housing, because our last paragraph of the plan scape report says residential houses, it does not cover right in it.
So if they put a Claremont redevelopment at Town Line Road or at Gore Road or something, you know, like, I don't know.
Through an MZO, what's the concern to us, other than we say our consultants have to review the hydro G, the environmental impacts, this, that. It's not under our OPA, it's not in any of our own planning legislation, it's just that we're a neighbor and we want to make sure the water goes where it's supposed to go and. Right? I don't know.
I think, CEO's got some good wording.
So, just under this section, we kind of put our additional comment. I've just added it there. So it's got the section, and I can just review this before we send it, but the changed subsection 47 permits an MZO to allow a use to establish without a license, permit, or approval that would normally be required. This gives the minister the ability to address circumstances where an MZO permits residential uses in an area where the official plan does not. This is a concern to the township as it would result in a loss of control to the municipality.
Well, regulation or so we can, like, are we control freaks or what's?
Well, it's like a hammer coming down.
No, I know it is, but
Like,
is there
Is there a planning process or is there like, you know?
a loss of transparent? I know, I'm fine, leave control.
I don't know.
I don't care, I just thought.
Public consultation. Like due process.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's our due process,
Very good.
public meetings, nothing at all, just keep it out.
That's all, yeah. I think that's.
Okay.
And impacts, unpredictable impacts, I don't know. Unintended consequences. For indulging me.
Anything further? Where are we at? We were a second for that.
Do not. So it's that report ADM 2023-036 entitled Proposed Changes to the Provincial Policy Statement in Bill 97 be received. And that council directs staff to submit the comments outlined in the report as amended to the province.
Mover, please. Councilor Lewis, second to Councilor Bailey.
Sure.
Last chance on this one. Oh,
No, I think we should just thank everyone that gave their submissions. There were a few members of public that also contributed and group effort.
excellent. All in favor?
Thank councilors, Lloyd and Hurst for stepping up to the plate and redrafting it.
Thanks, Councilor Hurst. All right, all in favor? That's carried. Where are we at? Correspondence 10.1? So we have a resolution for us. Am I getting into that?
So the council received correspondence item 10.1, Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry regulatory amendments under the Public Lands Act to addressing floating accommodations for information.
Okay, we'll work for that, please. Councilor Bailey, seconded by Councilor Schools. Any questions or comments? All right, all in favor? Carried. 10.2.
The council received correspondence item 10.2 regarding the Hanlon Expressway mid-block interchange design build and Class EA study, notice of completion number 2 for information.
Okay, we'll move it back. Councilor Goda. Seconded by Councilor Schools. Any questions or comments?
Some comments. There's no indication of a turtle other Clark migration routes identified in the report. Right now, if you take a look at class 34, near the Hammond, you have wetlands on one side, wetlands on the other side. I think they should look at identifying of any migration routes that affect us, so providing necessary crossings. The other also indicates the waters could be taking place at the column locations in the middle of the cabinet, and I can't remember which apartment, the east or the west. But MTO should establish the baseline level for area well prior to the watering, commit to remediation of impact of the.
You want to read what you have?
The council directs staff to send correspondence to the MTO requesting the MTO to determine if any migration routes are affected. And if so, provide the necessary crossings and request that the MTO establish a baseline level for area wells prior to dewatering and commit to remediation if impact does occur.
So could you, with the migration, could you put a description, turtle or other aquatic?
Amphibian?
You want turtles mentioned specifically and
Well, they do mention snapping turtles, but I don't know if there's any other turtles there, but we could just leave it as aquatic migration.
Aquatic migration?
turtle aquatic?
Or I've heard it amphibian before.
Amphibian and aquatic, I guess amphibian.
Okay.
No.
I was gonna say.
All right, we move on. I'll move it. Second by Counselor. Goida. All right, any thoughts? All in favor? Terry. Good. Council reports. Oh, this one wasn't heard, period. Anyways, first. We received a response back from the MTO on our delegation request for AMO. And that one was around.
That one was,
like that?
it was in regards to the Auditor General's report and the highway management projects.
Which was our general report, and they declined it. However, kind of working in parallel at the same time, our Mr. Arnett had requested a meeting with the minister and staff, and they booked us for July 18th at 2 p.m. I believe it's virtual. And Ms. White Fox or her designate will be attending as well. So we're getting the meeting, just not at a moment, so I thought that'd be of interest to everyone here. Demo MTO delegation was declined as well. Do we have any other information? I think that's it. That was the most important one I wanted to say, that we didn't get declined on our MTO delegation, but we have that meeting upcoming. So we'll have a resolution, receive those. Council update from me. Did we do them all inclusive? Okay, and then this first one, how do you want to do it, just for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps our deputy clerk could just give us an overview, just she's been assisting with the Heritage Committee.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Hurst attended the Ontario Heritage Conference on behalf of the Heritage Subcommittee as along with another member. So what he provided was just a summary of his observations at the conference. As you'll see through his comments, there are a number of observations where the township is already acting or taking steps towards the heritage designation process. And there were a few spots that he believed the committee could work on in the future as well.
Okay, thank you. The resolution received.
The council received the mayor's and council member updates for information.
Can we move her, please? Councilor Goya, second Councilor Willis, all in favor? Carried. The bylaws.
The following bylaws be taken as read 3 times for finally passing open council. Bylaw 6000-023 being a bylaw to regulate the parking or stopping of vehicles on highways, public parking lots, and private property within the township of Portland. And bylaw 2023-026 being a bylaw to amend bylaw number 023-18 as amended, being the zoning bylaw of the township of Portland.
Okay, and move it, please. Councilor Bailey, second by Councilor Scholes, all in favor? Carried. Announcements. Anyone?
I believe you have one. Council Bailey, Marty, 2:00.
So, well, oh yeah, we're doing, Portland Minor Ball is doing, ball day, in Morriston Meadows. So all the different, teams are gonna be sort of showcasing, playing each other and doing a donation photo op event that day.
Excellent. I probably should have mentioned under council report, I'm meeting with the Egg Society and we go back or.
And your announcement might be okay related to the Parks Master. Plan, yeah.
So, Ms. White Fox and I met with, and Mr. Fowler met with representatives from the Agricultural Society around the Fall Fair. And we had a lengthy meeting, went very well, but at the end of the day, well, as you can see out the windows, the site where the Fall Fair is usually hosted is under construction. Staff and feel that most of the site will be available for the Fall Fair to be located here. And yeah, it's gonna appear a bit different. They're gonna have to shift things around and staff will work with snow fence to separate them from active construction zones and but at the end of the day, the Agricultural Society were very happy to hear that most of the facilities would be accessible. We booked another meeting later. Was that in July or in August?
Mid-August.
Mid-August, because there's still some work to be done around the pull track for the tractor pull, but so mid-August meeting just to discuss any changes or potential changes due to construction. And I don't know, it went really well, so we're happy and thank you to staff for being open-minded and working with that community group to try to pull this off. So one year inconvenience and the facility is complete. It's going to be excellent. So I'm looking forward to it.
Question of our director of our work. How is the contract proceeding? Is it more or less on schedule? Any major or minor hiccups that might delay?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, everything is on schedule. As you can see, it's looking out the window. It's quite the mess out there right now, but all the rough grading is coming to completion. And the next stages, you will start seeing small areas actually be rehabilitated, like the tennis court, playgrounds, things like that. So right now, we're just in the rough grading stage. But yes, everything is on schedule. We've had some slight weather delays, but nothing too serious to put the project in arrears. So I'm content on the progress of the project so far.
Thank you.
All right. I believe next we're going into close.
That council should go into closed session under section 239 of the Municipal Act for the purpose of a confidential verbal report regarding personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. and advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communications necessary for this purpose and is regarding a human resource matter.
Are you gonna move or for that, please? Councilor Spillier, seconded by Councilor Bailey, all in favor? All right, we're in closed.
We still have 2 attendees online. We are going into closed, so if you could just leave the meeting, I can also remove you, but you won't be able to get back in.
There's nothing after in this room. Sorry. Thank you, Ms. White Fox. Do you have some resolutions coming out of closed?
The council moves into open session at 4:01 PM.
Are you gonna move her, please? Councilor Guerrero, second by Councilor Bailey, all in favor, carried. Anything further?
That council receives the confidential report regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And advice that is subject to solicitor client privilege, including communication necessary for that purpose and that relates to human resource matter, and the staff proceed as directed.
So for you to move that, Councilor Spillier, second by Councilor Bailey, all in favor, carried. Any business arising from the closed session? Notice of motion. New business?
I just have one thing. I was wondering if we could get an update from our CAO on this contaminated water situation also occurred at the south side of Clifton. I think it's important, at least we take notice of it and bring it up and say what's happening.
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair, the township became aware of the matter on Friday, July the 7th, so just last week, and promptly alerted the various agencies, including the Ministry of Environment, as well as the Public Health Unit in Guelph. And we also reached out to our neighboring counterparts in source water protection. I believe that the MECP has been out to the property and has collected samples. I'm aware that a number of residents have dropped off water samples to public health for testing as well. Recently today, this morning, we received feedback that the testing takes approximately 1 week when they place a priority on it. So that's been done. So the MECP should have some results or some information in and around a week to share. What staff are aiming to do to sort of streamline the information sharing is we will be posting something on our website where any updates that we receive from the MECP will be available. And we hope that this will help residents get that up-to-date information as soon as possible.
Did you have a list of who was already engaged on this file? I thought there
I
was-
think CEO has covered it off, the counterparts, Hamilton, source water planning, the Hamilton, source protection people, the MTO from the roads point of view, Kyle Davis, Wellington, source protection. Okay. Of course, and, there.
Do you have any advice or there's multiple residents affected, but there doesn't seem to be one point of contact. And we're receiving emails from sort of all different number of people. Should we just be directing them to yourself or admin at postage.ca or?
So through Mr. Chair, I think it's important that if the public is looking to share new information, that be shared with the MECP directly. They're the best equipped to deal with the situation. However, if residents are looking for an update and they haven't received a response back from the MECP, I understand they're receiving a large volume of emails. The township's also going to be receiving those updates. So you can check in with staff. You can look to our website. As well, staff are going to push that information out to council directly. So council will also have that information kind of at their fingertips when it becomes live.
Do we have some clarity on who has jurisdiction over this well issue? I believe that, you know, a news report went out and may have misidentified us as the responsible party and it should be is it the health department? Would you be able to speak to that a little bit too, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. So I understand what you're referring to. It was probably added confusion with the news report that was, I think it was last Friday that it was made live. The MECP does have jurisdiction over spills, so that's certainly within their purview. Water testing and things like that are done by public health, but it's not, it's a narrow type of testing that's done. It's not comprehensive. And beyond what public health would test for, you would be getting like a private technician to come in and test your well. So right now, based on what we know, the MECP is the primary contact and is taking the lead on the investigation.
We're gonna facilitate. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you, and certainly it'd be great, once it's posted on our website, that we can get up to date information about that, and we CP doing.
I will maybe add, Ms. White Fox and myself have been contacted about township providing a staff and a vehicle to take a donated skid of water to the affected residents. So we're just, I don't know if Mr. Fowler received the email yet or not. So this could be news to him, but we're trying to facilitate delivering that water for those individuals. That's another component. Anything else? Okay. Where were we? Were we in new business? Is that what that was? Okay, all right. Confirmatory bylaw, please.
That the following bylaw be taken as read 3 times and finally passed in open council. Bylaw 2023-033 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council for the corporation of the township of Plunge at its meeting held on the 12th day of July 2023.
Okay, can I move for that, please? Councilor Goyette, Councilor Willis, all in favor? Very good. And adjournment.
The council hereby adjourns at 4:06 p.m.
Mover, Councilor Bailey. Councilor Goyette. All in favor? Thanks. Good work.